This is Penza. What's happening? Can you hear me all right? Nice. So I just moved here. I'm setting up in my apartment. I was at Dick's Sporting Goods the other day. I found an adjustable weight kit. It's like, all right, the package is 120 pounds. I'm like, maybe I should buy a few of the little pink ones first. I said, no, you know what? I'm going to do what our ex-president would have done. I just grabbed the box. I didn't even ask anybody. Hit this thing in the front of the store. There's like 8 people in there. 3 minutes later, I'm looking like Scooby-Doo the first time he sees a ghost. Like, I get this thing home. I'm like, you know what? I'm going to do a 25-minute workout with the kettlebells set to bitch, because that's all the energy that I have left. And I actually felt pretty good until the next morning when I woke up and my back felt like Jeffrey after a fun-filled day at E. Cheese. Jelaine! Call my chiropractor! I don't care if she's at school. All right. Thomas Penza? Is that Keza? Penza? What's that? Penza, yeah. Penza.
You should join the Marines, son. Right now. Start doing squats. Eat some buffalo meat. You gotta do something different than what you're doing. You gotta switch it up.
Just started. Now it's a
Switch it up.
how long have you been doing everything?
Start thinking about
Gym or comedy? The what? The comedy, man. Comedy. It looks like you haven't been doing much of either, by the way. You're right. How long have you been doing comedy? 2 years, dude. 2 years? My goodness. You can't say I'm still doing 2 years is like... Well, we had 10 months of a pandemic where I couldn't, perform in front of people, so it's, All right, well...
2 years. 2 years overall, or
yeah,
2 years,
2 years
total time you start, so a 10-month break. So really just a year and a couple months.
Yeah. Not long enough to not know to not do a Scooby-Doo impression. That's it was a very bad millennial joke.
Were you nervous? Were you nervous?
Very nervous, yeah.
Well,
yeah.
Is it the most nervous you've ever been doing stand-up?
No. The first time I moved here from Boston in September. Wow, really? People from Boston are hilarious. I know. Jeez, it's crazy how many good comedians are from Boston. And then there we are finding out that Thomas Penza balances the scales for Boston. It's like, they got Bill Burr, but they also have Thomas Penza. Go ahead, Thomas. Tell us more about this trip from Boston. So yeah, it was a very similar experience out there. My first time on stage, I ate total shit for 4 minutes, so that was, to be expected.
What's the best time you've had? What's your favorite set?
It was better than that first one, but yeah, I don't know. I enjoy the craft. You know what I mean? I enjoy writing and trying to figure out different material. That's good. Maybe arts and crafts is your thing then. If you're into the crafts part, perhaps you can make Easter baskets for everyone or something like that. Why would Epstein's back hurt more after a day at Chuck E. Cheese?
He was banging on
I know, but just because he wouldn't have, in fact, if he was at Chuck E. Cheese, he wouldn't be banging people. Then he can't bang people. He might be in the vault doing some weird stuff. I don't know. You wrote your bit kind of like with hashtags, like Chuck E. Cheese, Panera Bread, like everything was different. Epstein, what else is big in the news right now? Scooby-Doo. Yes. Super topical.
Did you try it out on
current events, ladies and gentlemen? I don't know.
Did you try it out on any of your friends?
No. We could tell. They would have said, Scooby, don't do that again. What kind of kettlebells did you end up getting? So I bought it was like a Bowflex, 40 pound, like six settings in between. You put it together, you're like, I'm exhausted. Yeah, it took 2 minutes and I was tired. Wow. My goodness. What else, Thomas? What have you been doing? What do you love about Austin, Texas? Everything, basically. I've been involved in the poker industry for 10 years now. So I came here as a poker dealer, because everything else is closed in the Northeast. Yeah. I was working at Encore Boston Harbor, the casino out there before. the pandemic. So
Anything crazy ever happen when you're out there dealing poker that we should know about? Is there anything about that industry that you want to share with us?
not too much about my job. It was pretty regular. I played professionally for a while. I played professional poker for about a year. So
Okay. Were you better at that than stand up?
I would like to think so. I would like to think so. Yes.
Oh my goodness gracious. What's your love life like, Thomas?
I'm single right now. I've had a few,
Don't say shocker.
I had a few Tinder hookups, but besides that, just
Congrats on that.
thank you.
Oh, yeah.
It's a small amount of success.
Special getting
It's very easy now. So just tell them what they want to hear and hope the best, I guess.
Oh, you're a feminist. Male feminists are adorable.
Well, Thomas, thank you for getting the show kicked off.
Okay.
Fun stuff. There you go.
Thomas. Hi, man. Look.
Something like that. Doesn't wife. All right, pulled another name out. This is a brand new. Uninterrupted minute from the stylings of Katie. Only the game table. Right here. One more time for Katie.
From guys on Tinder asking me if I do kinky. If you didn't know, there's a stereotype that I have a small will to live. I watch a lot of it because I just think of all the ways they would have already died. Like if the Revenant were my life, they would have to rename it if the bear does not. That I watch a lot of movies, documentaries are my favorite. I can't finish the joke in time.
Right, you can finish.
Okay. My favorite done watching a documentary, it changed my life. Based on what I just watched, like condos tidying up and having to go
Straightforward.
just a
I hope you're gaining weight during the.
more natural.
Would you do both flex or something like that? Or,
No, everything's sold out. I started doing
oh, okay. Yeah.
You want to fight Brian to the death?
Wait, what? What is that supposed to be?
Like yeast infections, not the go hard out.
Good guy. He just takes swings.
It's just weird. Texas. Oh, okay. How'd you end up out here? Okay. Very cool. Very cool.
Don't tell anybody about this place.
I know, right? You're the one telling everybody.
We're going to get to a certain level, then we're going to cut off the border.
So, Katie, you've been doing it 2 years here in Austin.
Yeah.
Right? Do a lot of, do you notice that a lot of comedians, like, hit on you and stuff like that? So, wow. That never happened? Why do you think that?
Oh, insecure thing? I don't know.
Insecurity. The best places to eat in Austin.
Everywhere. The queso, that's what gets you is you get and then that
Just like I want to be awesome.
You just put like in the West, just put some, like cheese on a skillet, fries and burns it. It has nothing to do about it. Somehow or another,
It's like the Texans are like, we could do.
what about Fricadelle meat just melted down? We'll just call it mix. They'll buy into it.
I love it. Katie, your parents support your comedy dream?
yeah.
That's cool. What do they do?
They're retired now, but my dad is constantly being like, you should put this in your act, and then it's like stuff meme that he found on Facebook. They're like, can't do that one.
It's so funny. Wow. All right, Katie. Well, thank you so much for coming on. Great set. There she goes, Katie Felton. She's on social media at K8E Felts. She's Kate.
She's adorable.
Hey, look at that. A lot of extra spring. The whole front row just got fucking Gallagher. Orthodox spray and white for shooting on that one. Ladies and gentlemen, your next comedian goes by the name of Carter Anderson. Carter Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
I don't know what to say in movement. Who's Carter? Here he comes. Wow, the pressure is on. It's a very slow walk.
We told him to walk slow.
I didn't say walk slow. It's going the wrong way. Are you Carter Anderson? Or that way? Here he comes, everybody. How about a big hand for Carter? Zigzagging his way around to the stage. Here's Carter Anderson.
All right. Hey, so I want to get a feel for the audience. Has anyone here been in quarantine for a while? Have any of you watched so much porn that you now kind of know Japanese? Just me? Okay. That's cool. Just wanted to. So, a couple years ago, I was homeless. I lived in my car. That's not the bad part. Got a gym membership so I could shower all day. That also isn't the bad part. The bad part is when I would go to the showers to shower, I would see old men. Old men like to dry their balls in the hand dryer. That's the bad part. That's the part that I didn't care for. That's when I was like, man, I need to get a job.
Hell yeah, take exactly a minute. Control from the very beginning.
Good job, man. Thank you, Christian.
Great, great, great. How long have you been on stand-up?
About 6 years now.
That makes sense. Hell yeah, that was great. I've always wondered what it would be like to see Urkel on HGH. Incredible. I mean, you're a big man.
Yeah, big dude. Thank
I
you.
love it. Hell yeah.
I haven't noticed.
How tall are you, just for the listeners?
6'5".
Wow. Massive size. Yeah.
I have no idea.
Right, exactly. Do you remember Carter? We've actually met Carter Saturday night at the show. Yeah,
That was a great show.
yeah, thank you. Yeah, that's fun. So Carter, how long have you lived in Austin?
I've been out here for about a year and a half now. Before that was in San Antonio. Have you got the problem? No, not yet. That makes sense.
Yeah, it doesn't.
Some no.
Not really. Do you have any thoughts? What is it for?
Yeah.
But yeah,
I don't know. It was hemorrhoids, right? Hemorrhoids. Yeah.
Yeah,
Now,
that.
and now we all know.
You were talking about?
Why should why you go to the hospital for that? Well, once in the hospital, I just like there's one, and they were like, "Go, yeah, it's fucked up down there. You need to get
What
that.
do you do for that? Do they fuck with you? Do they like make you get on all fours or something like that? Just like, how do they check that? They go missionary position on that? Like,
Yeah, it wasn't. Yeah, it wasn't. Yeah, it wasn't honest. Yeah. I mean,
like a,
when you deal with Slicker. Yeah.
More times, but the first time I had it done was so painful. I was like, fuck the blood, it's fine.
right there on his asshole. That needs to be tight hands, please. I'm going through serious litigation. Makes complete sense.
No. Have you?
Jesus, good question.
That way. Sick in bed for 2 days. No, they're like, of course. Yeah, you can get it. Well, maybe now.
Cooper and my entire Mini Cooper.
But did you know that I saw?
Yeah,
I didn't tell you it. Yeah. I finished it. All right. So you're gonna ask?
Feel like I have one question.
Go ahead.
Do you feel like it was a complete film? Yes or no?
No, definitely not. Definitely, there's gonna be a part two, and I don't. I could even see. I mean, anticipate this. Like, they didn't have him on the Sullivan Show. They didn't have him dating or like going on dates with like Madonna. but they could have. Each one of those could have been a scene. And I'm gonna 5 years. I don't put time into that. I love it. A really, really good movie. And look, I know that the part two is gonna have all kinds of controversy and stuff. But part one, growing up like in a really environment, having a really demanding father, and the best part of the movie is definitely the music. The music is just they don't fuck around with the music. They don't make it. They're not like, all right, Jafar Jackson, you're gonna sing Michael Jackson's songs, and then we're gonna re-record. No, they just straight up play the exact song the way that you know it, the way that you love it, and um, to me, it was just extremely good.
Did they do Thriller?
Oh yeah, they do. They definitely do Thriller. They go through the music video a little bit, but they could have even gone more in depth. They could have even gone more in depth with that, but they just didn't have time. Whenever I watch a movie, I'm always keeping my eye on how much time is left because normally I'm like I hate movies. Like I just I don't have I don't have the attention span that I once did, and especially because I'm having to watch it on a phone with the volume low because I don't want to get a copyright strike. I'm not at the big theater or anything like that, but this one to me was like I love the movie The Founder, which is a historical biopic of like that's my favorite movie from 2015 to 2020, and then this is my favorite movie since 2020. I love the story. The story of McDonald's is the story of America. It's a story of the corporatocracy. It's what'd you say?
Obesity, America. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, there's that, but it's the story of persistence. It's the story of fortitude. It's it's about marketing. Um it's about a man who was in his 50s who became the oldest billionaire, self-made billionaire in the world at the time. Like it was an excellent movie, and I really like it. And I've watched it a few times since then, and every single time I watch it, I like it more and more. And this one was like that for me. Disclosure Day, no, it's boring to me, and it just didn't do it for me. Even though I love Disclosure a lot, and I think that stuff's really cool. That wasn't my deal. This was my deal. It seemed historically accurate. It seemed um, it showed the innocence of Michael Jackson. The music is phenomenal. Literally, Zoot, I'm telling you right now that the soundtrack of this movie is the best soundtrack of any movie ever, basically. Like, there's only maybe one other movie that I could say is on par with it, and that's the movie Air about Michael Jordan, which is also okay. So, hold on, I have to say, what'd you say?
Forgot the bodyguard with Whitney Houston.
Oh, it's way better than that. The Bodyguard has like two or three good songs. No, okay, so from 2015,
The bodyguard's music is better than the movie. Be shit.
the movie is good too. From 2020, my favorite movie from 2025 till now is this, and they all, well, um,
You don't watch many movies.
the movie Air about Michael Jordan has like the best soundtrack of any movie I've ever seen.
Watch many movies, but
That's true. That's absolutely want to watch it. I don't get into um them as they come out. And you're right, I don't watch very many movies. My limited. Say this, Michael is a winner, and anybody who doesn't think that, I would ask them, didn't you like about it, dude? I'll tell you that Robbie Williams or whatever it looks like, but like um they could have done so much more with. It would have been. He definitely has a role in the Monkey, but like they could have done so much more with this movie. Like
Neverland movie.
He has dancing and singing, and it was as perfect movie as you could have wanted, except the fact that I wanted more, and I never to him that I would say are not in it. Show when they first to LA, they don't go through like how they like what house they were going to get or whatever. They go into that. They do Billie Jean a little bit, and they definitely go on Thriller. And they go into like the race issues that he faced because MTV did not want to play black artists, like Michael Jackson, and like how he had to fight for that, and he was like the first real black artist to get in there. They go to like Bad and like the Crips and the Trying to Unite. I would say on a scale to 100, I'd probably give it a 95 or something like that. I'd give The Founder a 95. Like I'd give Disclosure Day like a 60, probably less actually, probably like a 30. But in my opinion, it was like Jafar Jackson looks like him, he sounds like him, he moves like him, his dancing is like him. Everything is really great. And my biggest takeaway is they just didn't have time for enough of the events in his life. He made it a 3-part movie, 5-part movie. Like parts. That's way too much. But Michael Jackson lived. It's the number one biopic of all time. It overtook was like Oppenheimer was the movie of 20 in school. It has to do with air conditioning today, and the movie only place that the summer blockbuster became something that the movie would plan because they knew that people would always push for like the July 4th weekend. People would be out of work and it's really hot in the United States, and to get people out of the weather. Now, it's a lot different today because we in the United States generally have air conditioning in most places. However, 70 years ago, that was not true. So, whenever.
Do you know, we get the same movies the same time as you in Australia, but we used to have to wait until our summer to get the movies.
That's interesting. Why is that? Same reason?
Yep.
Okay. So then they would just wait to have the biggest movies because that's when it was the hottest time and to get people out of the Australian sun. Is that what you're saying?
Yep.
That makes sense. And
because and the shipping to get more expensive than it is now because you have the internet packaging systems that go a lot cheaper.
I imagine. I definitely.
You can just do because they just do the films digitally now. Like when you go to the cinema, they play a digital version. They used to play film versions, which to ship costs a lot of money to ship back then.
I get that. That makes sense. So I watched Michael when it was done. I was like kind of shocked that it was done, like because I thought, but I get it. There's going to be a part two, and it's obvious that there's going to be a part two. Like they even say his story continues, like history continues, and it was just really beautifully shot. The characters were interesting. You really felt for a young Michael Jackson when.
Have they already? Do you think they've already recorded part two, or they're gonna do reshoots?
No, I don't think they've shot it yet. They might have, but I don't think so. But you never know.
I think they cut like 2 hours worth of footage from the movie, though.
And that very well could be. Like I would love to see a director's cut where they had more scenes because literally, like the movie is Michael Jackson growing up poor, him moving to LA with his brothers and them getting big, or like, and then they have to go through all his big songs. Like they have to go through Ben, and then they have to go through like the Jackson 5, like I Want You Back, and then they don't even play like ABC until the very end. Like that's a huge song that they had. Or what is that song? You and I must make a pact. We must make a salvation back where there's. I'll be there. They like play that, but like they, it's like the whole movie could just be any one of these scenes, like them on the Ed Sullivan Show, or
I do think there will be a director. If they don't do a part two, they will do a director's cut.
Oh, definitely a part two. They even like basically make it clear in the movie that like it's going to continue. 3 parts. That's how much they have to cover still. He hasn't yet bought Neverland. They don't have him in any of his trials. They don't have him in any of the controversy that surrounded him in the 90s. Like, like, and then the whole and part of his life, like his death.
Wait, could they do a Malcolm movie? They do a part 2 without controversy.
I would have to cover that because that was. And his relationship with like Princess Diana, they didn't go into, but and maybe that's for part 2, but either they basically played like the whole the main part, and not dead yet. Stevie Wonder, even if they're Tina Turner, uh, they just did one on Bruce Springsteen, Dylan, which I watched, but on Bob wasn't super focused on. Very easily could movies just on the Beatles. If they didn't do a biopic on any of the Beatles yet, but they're shooting one. I think Timothy Chalamet or whatever, some guy who was in like One Direction or something. And that'll be interesting. Are you
No, it was like some like
right in? That's across the movie, like shot for shot, just like you're learning about what's going on. Song.
it's mainly on his
Oh.
raised him.
Okay, when the like that, it would be
There was the Beatles, which was
I could see that.
half the population.
That's a big deal. Do you know anybody who went?
Yeah, my grandmother did.
Your grandmother's amazing. Did you ever ask her about it?
She would have been like 13 or 14.
I think it was 250,000 people.
Why is it musicians to get the big, like, become the biggest celebrities out of it? Like, why do people gravitate with musicians other than like actors or
An actor who goes up on stage, sing, and there's like vibrations to it. Woodstock had 460,000 people, mostly from New York City, who went, and it all just happened in like some guy's farm. But they had a bunch of bands
I
there.
think it's also, you know what I think it also is?
What else? What else do you think it also is?
With other forms of entertainment, music is always predictable. There's always the people saying the same songs, people have learned them. There could be something happens that like, where it's like, I didn't expect that to happen. People are thrown off.
Yeah, there are, I guess, sporting events where people do that. Like 4 years ago on the stream, I saw the Rolling Stones, and I archived it at SoFi Stadium, and then I saw them like 20 years previously, and so that's the biggest band, arguably in the world, over the course of. Still, there were maybe like
I
100,000 people or something.
thought Kendrick Lamar from all the childhood boy is probably the biggest rapper today. This generation, at least.
Maybe. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty big. How many people were there?
20,000.
Okay, so not a huge amount.
That's just in my city, though.
Yeah. Did you watch the World Cup?
No.
It was two really good games. Um, who played? I remember in a second. I can't. I watch these games like, and I never really remember who played today. I watched it. Brazil lost to Norway. That Erling Haaland or whatever, he did really well. He had I think like 2 goals, and then England beat Mexico, and the United States plays tomorrow. We play Belgium, and if we beat Belgium, the United States is going to be pretty stoked. Some people will, though. Soccer is just not that big of a sport in the United States, and then also Portugal plays Spain, which will be really big because it's probably going to be Cristiano Ronaldo's last game if they lose, which they probably will. And it's getting down to it. The finals are like in like, uh, the finals are 2 weeks from today, so that's interesting. What type of
For, yeah,
okay? So
she
she
said she was looking for a really long train.
okay? Did you look at for it for her?
Yeah, try to find it.
Okay, let's try to find it. It'll make you look good. If she tried really hard and she couldn't find it, and then you're able to find it, I found it. It's from
In
2000.
Australia?
I mean, it's anywhere. It's from 2002, right? Yo, dog, it's from 2002. It's 2 hours and 9 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay, do you want the link?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, type in F movies with 2 S's.org.
What is it?
F movies with 2 S's at the end.org. And then just type in City of God and it'll show up. It's 2 hours, 9 minutes, and 27 seconds. City of God, also known as Ciudad de Deus, is a crime drama film directed by Fernando Morales and written by Braulio Montevideo, blah, blah, blah. It is released on blah, 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 blah. It stars all these people. Two boys growing up in a violent neighborhood in Rio de Janeiro take different paths. One becomes a photographer and the other a drug dealer. What awaits ahead?
Need a VPN. Need a VPN to get in.
Why do you need a VPN?
Because I'm in Australia.
Okay, what does that matter?
I don't know if you have a VPN.
Hold on. When you go to fmovies with 2S's.org, what do you see?
Search bar, then I go to the search bar, then I look it up, and then it says you need a VPN to watch it. Maybe.
No, you don't. That's a fake thing. Just close out of that and try again. Try again. Are you trying again?
Yeah, sorry, I got distracted by something else.
Okay, well, don't get distracted. You need to focus. If you get any kind of pop-up or anything, just close out of it. Do you have the Brave browser? Zoot, do you have the Brave browser?
Google Chrome.
Okay, well that's dog shit. Do you have Brave browser?
Well, I've got it.
Alright, so you should ask this girl what was so hard about that. You should say the world's greatest rabbi was able to find it in like 5 seconds.
I've got to see if it's Portuguese, the English subtitles.
Yeah, you go down in the lower right and you can change it to any subtitles you want. Dog, I'm not fucking around with for you. I want you to have fun with this chick. Does it work, big dog?
Yeah.
Do you need anything else?
You can even download it.
Yeah, dog. Do you need anything else?
Okay. Subtitles.
What'd you say? Zoo, what did you say?
Where's the subtitles?
In the bottom right, you see CC for closed captioning. Do you see it?
Bottom right.
Bottom right of the movie. Like where you would go to like full screen and everything. You should see 2 letters. You see CC?
Yep.
All right. Now, do you see English?
Subtitles failed.
Refresh it and go again, or use one of the other streams. There are at least three streams that are showing it.
I kept clicking on the wrong fucking thing. Keep going up a pop up.
Okay, so if you want, you can use Brave browser, and then you don't get any pop-ups, good man.
Yes, from this.
Nope,
How do you know that?
because phone viruses are like not really a thing. They might be a thing in the future, but they're not really a thing now.
Hey, Rabbi.
What up, pimp?
I'm trying to sell a Nintendo Switch, but the problem is that my Joy-Cons aren't fucking working attaching to them, and I've asked ChatGPT what's going on.
Okay, hold on. You're trying to sell a Nintendo Switch, but your what? That doesn't work?
The Joy-Con.
The joysticks?
Yeah.
Okay, what about them? What's wrong with the joysticks? So we're not going to do this. If I ask you a question, you need to answer it, son.
They won't they weren't connected to the Switch, and it's on like
Okay. Is it possible to get it repaired?
I think it's only one that's rejected.
Okay. Is it possible to get it repaired? Zoo, when I ask you a question, you need to answer it, okay?
I think I know what to do.
Okay, so go do it. Did City of God work for you?
Yep.
Do you thank people when they do you a favor?
Yep.
Okay.
Also,
So is that not an Australian thing when
It's
somebody
coming out in November.
when somebody finds something for you, do you not thank them?
Thank you, Rabbi.
You're welcome, Zoo. Now what's happening in November, Big Dog?
The film's getting a re-release in November.
Okay. Like, what does that mean? It's going to be back in theaters?
Yeah, we're gonna go see it then.
Okay, but like, isn't she going to watch it before?
Yeah.
Has this girl seen your stand up?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Yep.
Is she funny herself?
She doesn't perform.
Okay, but I mean, just in general, does she have a good sense of humor?
Yes. No, not love.
Okay. Are you ready to lose? Zoo, what did you do with Riser? Zoo, Zoo, remember when I asked you a question? Zoo,
Yeah, right. I got half an hour to play with you, right?
okay, and then what?
Just get,
Invitation. Aren't you going to accept it, son? Are you proud of that shot? Are you proud of that shot? Holy cows, you know that? One of the greatest shots we've ever seen. Dude, do you see where my ball is? Zoo.
you see where my ball is?
Yeah. You need.
Okay.
What were you gonna say, Zoo?
What's going on? Go ahead. Do you think this girl?
No.
Why not?
Because if she liked you, she would have. Or this girl won't like you. You need a really good set, and you need to be cool to her. Or else you're just gonna be some dude who likes her at the comedy club, which is like super common. But the thing that you have going for you is that, dude, what the fuck, man? You hit 5 shots and couldn't get to the second level.
Yeah, no.
Are you performing tonight?
Yeah. Going for me a lot.
His comics? Do you think
Comedy.
more mature in that?
done it before. It is rare though. It is rare.
It is rare. Dude, do you think, in all seriousness, do you think something's wrong with Riser?
Maybe he's just depressed.
He's
He's showing classic signs of depression right now.
He is?
Yeah.
I agree with you. Because it's like, even if you were quote unquote sick, it's not like we're contagious, and it's not like you you know what I mean? It's just like, look at you,
I've seen
Zoot.
terminally ill people. I've had conversations with terminally ill people.
There you go. Can I ask Riser if he's depressed? If you want to know he's depressed?
Who lie? Depressed people can lie about not being depressed.
Oh, for sure, dog. I'm gonna ask him, Zoot, to know if I'll even say Zoot and I want to know if you're depressed. What are you gonna
Do
do?
I go for the 4 times with the 29 or
24?
yeah? I mean, there was 5 extra points I could have scored there.
Yeah, but it's not worth it. I'm gonna send Zoot I'm gonna send Riser a message, and I'm gonna
I'm
say
going for the 2s. Got fucked with the
Zoot
2s.
and I want to know if you are depressed. We miss you. We miss you.
I sent her the link.
Hi.
I'll tell her tonight that I sent her the link. She's one of those people that doesn't spend too much time online.
Zoot, I'm playing like dog shit, dog. Even with a 50. What do I do, Zoot? Out of reach, son. Zoot. Zoot.
I'm sorry, I just got a phone call.
You okay? No need to apologize. Thank you for telling me.
Did you roll?
No, I was waiting on you.
Cool. Thanks.
You're welcome, Pimp.
Rolled an incredible roll before that.
What did you roll?
6 3 times.
Six, 3 times.
Yep. What did you got?
I don't get what you mean, 6, 3 times.
Sixes 3 times.
Oh. Are you proud of that roll?
Yeah, I'm gonna need 2 fours to get a bonus.
Give me the threes, baby. Full house.
Got what I wanted.
Oh, Zoot.
Oh, that's huge.
That's huge. Zoot is dominating, folks. Folks,
Yeah, but you have it 5 times.
this is not good.
That's a bad roll.
That's a bad roll. I'm done, Zoot.
Had to play the 18.
Yep.
I've got all the straights. I don't have a full house yet.
You're not getting a full house. 4x garbage.
I got something better than a full house.
2, 3, 4, 5. Give me a 1. 6. I'll take it. Zoot, I'm not done yet.
Oh, no.
You need a full house. You need a... Oh, F off, dog. F off, Zoot. F
I
off,
can only
Zoot.
get 5 times. You don't have to.
Zoot. F off, Zoot. Zoot.
But I can only get it 5 times on the next one.
Zoot. F off. You won. Garbage. That S was
You
garbage.
can come back.
No, it's over. I can't. I went first. It's over. Zoot wins the stupid rigged game. That game sucks.
Yeah, so
Yeah, it does suck. Zoot, we're waiting on you.
and can you give me a second?
Yes?
I need to check something. Chat GPT.
What are you asking ChatGPT, Zoot?
Joy-Con issues with the Switch.
Dog, that could wait. Why do you call it Joy-Con?
Because that's what it is.
No, it's a joystick, dog. Everybody knows that. No one calls it Joy-Con.
What?
No one calls it Joy-Con.
What do they call it?
Joystick.
No, that's not it. That's not cool.
What's the Joy-Con?
The Joy-Con is connects them to the Switch.
Oh, nobody knows what that is. Zoot, are you going to accept the invite? Yes or no? I'll wait.
No. No. No.
It's for pool. You love
I'm
me.
good.
Oh, F off, Zoot. F off. How aren't you gonna? Oh, F off, Zoot. That's garbage. Pardon me.
You ever tried one? Donkey's that one.
I didn't like it. Yeah.
Did you drive it?
Yeah.
Fun? Oh, go-kart.
Don't take this man on stage. She's not good. It's John Dees over there.
Sorry. No worries. I'm not trying to be mean.
Well, we appreciate your set, Carter. You took the show to a new level here tonight. Carter Anderson, everybody.
Thank you so much, guys. Thank you.
He's at Mr. Carter Anderson online. There he goes, Carter Anderson. There goes Carter. There he is. From Mini Cooper to Mario Kart.
Look at this athleticism.
All right. How about Colin Fulstad? Colin Fulstad is next. This is Antone's nightclub.
We've had all new people. It's been crazy the last week.
Yeah, the bucket's been tricky so far. This show seems to be getting better and better. You guys having fun out there? You get it? Here he is. One more time for Colin Fulstad.
What's up, everybody? So, I've been working on this new food delivery app where we only deliver past midnight when we contact you. Just get that late night text you up, and we start sending you pictures of food. Call them dish pics. This is Shark Tank, right? That's why Joe Rogan's here, right? I'm going to call him also. Thank you very much.
Oh yeah, Colin Fulstad. 42 seconds. One bit, thunder and lightning.
You look like a guy who takes selfies at the storming of Capitol Hill. Doesn't he?
Absolutely. I believe he was wearing Buccaneer horns the last time we saw.
You look like it.
Are you part of any groups or gangs or
Any tattoos on your stomach? No, just here.
what kind of groups and gangs are you involved with? You seem like you could be anywhere from motorcycle to bird scooters.
Right in between. I'm a skateboarder. I'm too fat now, but I used to do that.
Really?
Gang. I don't know.
Wow. You got too fat for skateboarding? I didn't know it was a thing.
I mean, it is. Balance, man.
We once had that skateboarder on the show. Remember that kid?
Was he fat in the beginning, though? That's different. Something you learn with the fatness.
Yeah, we had the fat guy in Columbus, Ohio.
Yeah, I hate skateboarding. But you don't think you can relearn? I tried to start this summer. I'm like, okay, but
It seems like you would keep going right because your stomach is leaning over and it just would naturally take you.
loopholes. Yeah, still open.
I love it, man. Do you play any sports in your life other than skateboarding?
Yeah, I used to play soccer and football, so my older brothers made fun of me.
Until the what?
My older brothers made fun of me for playing sports.
Oh, do they still make fun of you?
No.
Oh, sure. Hell yeah.
I don't want to say the name.
Okay.
What does it rhyme with? They wouldn't let me berate. I'm like a front of house lead.
Really?
Yeah, dude.
You're one of the
Dogs.
What do you do? Just how do you? Alright. You ever do like pigs or anything like that?
How much do they have to pay to work every day with pigtails? Yeah. I mean,
I think they do. Anyway,
there's a beret.
I think they go right in your pig box. Alright, forget it.
That shit. Nobody would ever. I mean, I don't know if I want that as a reputation.
Guys,
I mean, there's not a lot of like charted ground.
that's
That might be your thing.
carrots.
I don't know, man. I
Amy
don't know.
Schumer did it with a pig body. I didn't get it in. Fucking. I finally got that pig body. Oh, Kai needs to know about you. That you've read a book before.
I've barely done that before, actually.
What's a fun fact about you that would surprise us?
I guess I'll just do it to myself. I used to rap.
Please, for the love of God, you
Alright. Alright, fuck it then. Yeah. Yeah. You know, so what? Hey, please stop. Rip them up. Out of the zone, I keep smoking on bowls.
the only sound that very rarely do I stop. Right about at the end there, that's when Berg is.
Very much anymore.
What was your rap name? Did you have one? Were you like Stone Thugs and Harmony or something like that? I guess I sort of get it.
What's up? You're funny dude, man. Thanks very much.
Thank you, man. Your next is on. There he is. Pressures and going through sewer tunnels. Charles Adams. Charles Adams is next on Kill Tony. Here comes Charles Adams. Charles Adams making his way to this stage. Cuts through.
know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? That's what's up. Yeah, my dad was a police officer.
As maybe we are. Do we know? I mean, just had the audience on your hand. So, all right, how about A tables laughing at 20 years, Charles, all of it here in Austin?
Yeah, yes.
Okay, is that where you're from?
Born and raised.
Oh, awesome. Hell yeah.
Born and raised East Austin, right down the street.
Very cool.
Thank you. Still live there too.
What makes it East Austin? What street do you have to go east of to make it east? The 35?
Shit, yeah, 35. You know,
Okay.
right there by Franklin, just cross over.
I know my way around town. See that? East of the 35. I try to avoid that area.
You should. I know how to get killed, Tony.
Every time I get caught at a red light, people try to squeegee my windows, and I try to tell them no, but my windows are tinted.
My cousin, you know that.
It's true. A lot of the people that come up to my car are tinted as well. That try to. Okay, you're right. That's Drake. That's a different. It's a different skin tone altogether.
Teacher assistant for middle school kids.
Wow.
Fuck them kids.
What do you teach them? Gym?
English.
English? You seem like the kind who's scared straight type of stuff. Like, you ever just scream at your kids? I love it.
How often are you getting up to stand up?
Right now, you know, anytime I can.
How often?
Oh, that's a hard question. I don't know, about twice a week. Whatever I can do.
And you said you're the youngest of 15 kids?
15.
Wow. You guys do like family reunions and things like that?
Yeah, when we have family reunions, you know, say we rent out parks and shit.
Okay.
Yeah, we did.
All right. Does everybody in the family sort of look like you? Like,
Oh, Mike.
That's comic to comic, son.
I didn't even notice.
Good love.
This whole time I didn't even notice you were black. D Madness saying I did. D from left field. Tradition. Oh, the family have any interesting traditions?
When you come to my house for sleep, shit. We can't come over. We don't like it. We don't like it.
Wow. My goodness. Your cop father had 15 kids. By the mom must have been like, hands up, don't shoot.
No comeback on that. Comeback.
Wow. So,
On fire.
so Charles, what else about you? What else do? You do anything for fun other than stand-up comedy?
Get fucked up sometimes.
Oh shit. What do you like to get fucked up on?
Shit, whiskey. I don't say like that. Alcohol, yeah. I mean, yeah, I give a little, a little bit of weed.
Oh jeez, you say it like your father's watching right now. Hey, you know. I love it, Charles. So funny, man. So cool, so smooth. I love your style. Come back again. Sign up, show us another minute sometime. Charles Adams,
Very
everybody.
funny, man. Very funny.
Hell yeah. We're getting through it today. Yeah, this is so good.
Funny comment.
Hell yeah. Pull another name out here. We're gonna let Yoni do some work here, keeping us safe. We do what we can here in Texas. It's not like California where you just put boards up outside your business and wait until next year. You guys excited to be out tonight? On a Monday. Who has more fun on a Monday than us? I pulled another name out of the bucket. He goes by the name of Patrick Depari. Patrick Depari. Depari. Here he comes. Yeah. Patrick's making his way to the stage.
Because they got to walk.
It's a nice slow up. Reminds me of The Undertaker, who we just did a podcast with. One more time, guys. Patrick Depari is here.
Thank you. Thank you. I just moved here from Massachusetts. In Massachusetts, they tried to pass this bill last year to ban the word bitch. Ban the word bitch. What do you want me to put my mom and my contact info with mother? I'm kidding, of course. I deleted my mother's contact info as soon as she died. I did that and then I called 911. Yes, it is true. My mother did die. Not the worst loss, though. You know, one less Florida Georgia Line fan in the world. Yeah. Joey said, you're going to be the death of me. And then my father was the one to forget to give her meds. Wrong again, bitch. Yeah. I actually did a 15-minute comedy set at my mother's funeral. Some people thought that was insensitive. I don't think it was as bad as the TikTok my little sister filmed in front of the casket, though. Yeah. Shouldn't have died, you stupid cunt. All right, that's it out of me. Thank you.
Wow. Good Lord. My goodness. It's a shame your mom couldn't get up and walk out of that set, but my goodness, did you really hate your mom, or you're just using this as like therapeutic?
Yes.
All right.
Yeah. No, we had a very tight relationship. She was very good.
Is she even really dead?
Oh yeah, she died. Yeah, she's dead.
Are you sure?
I was
We have a special guest, everybody. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. She's dead for sure.
I was actually the one that found her, and I tried to failed.
Party time. No. Okay. Wow, that's got to be hard. Not many people on this show's history have found your mom dead before. What was that like? Was it morning time, afternoon?
No, my little brother was the one that found her. He reported the news to me, and then
Were you in the house when it happened?
yeah. She was sick for a while, and then my dad texted me and was like, "Hey, I don't feel good about your mom. You should go hang out with her." I said, "Fine," and I was sitting there hanging out with her, and then she told me to take out the trash, and I took out the trash, and then my little brother ran up to me and was like, "What's on the ground?" Yakety yak.
Wow. My goodness. I don't know how yakety yak fits in there, but wow, that's incredible. So her last words were take out the trash. Did you at least put that on her tombstone or something like that?
No, I started doing comedy the next week. That was
Wow. All right. Well, how old are you, Patrick?
I'm 28. 22.
Awesome, man. God damn, you're so good for 22. How long you been doing it?
Coming up on 2.5 years.
2.5 years.
I
Absolutely.
started on September 11th, 2018.
Wow, you just love tragedies, don't you? It's incredible.
I just came down here 2 weeks ago, and like on my way down, I stopped at the Virginia Tech just to see because the school shooting. And then
You really did? You stopped by there like it's a tourist attraction?
it was like 1 in the morning, and these cops came and they were like, "What are you doing here?" And I was like, "You know, I just wanted to see it." And then I stopped in Dallas at the JFK assassination spot. Jeez, selfie on the
Right.
And then I stopped at the Branch Davidian compound. So yeah,
Oh my goodness. Any plans for Auschwitz in the near future?
I would love to. Yeah, test the soil.
My goodness. Wow, Patrick. I love your very frighteningly dark sense of humor. I mean, I have no sense of humor. Over years is dark. It's like Charles Adams' family dark. So Patrick, what ethnicity are you? Dapari
Italian.
Oh, yeah.
Irish Italian.
Okay. All right. What do you do for a living?
This right now is all I do. I don't have a job.
Have you had a job before?
Yeah, yeah. I've actually had 17 jobs.
Okay. I'm getting HEB energies from you. Am I correct?
No.
No.
They asked you to cut your hair, and
You refuse to cut your hair.
yeah.
My goodness.
Yeah.
HEB with their high quality standards. I'm telling you. What are some of the 17 jobs? What's the one you like the most?
I worked at a retirement home for a year.
Oh, jeez, you just love watching people die, huh? My God.
Yeah.
Writing jokes and finding bodies, Tony. That's my thing. Hey, get Brody out of here. That's so sad.
Oh,
Oh, all right. Patrick, any fun hobbies or anything that you like to do when you're not doing stand-up?
I make a comedy series on YouTube called Living with a Sped. It's a comedy. I've actually sent it to all three of you on Instagram.
Okay.
None of you have ever looked at it. I don't.
Oh, yeah. It was
Yeah,
great.
amazing.
Yeah, we loved it. We've been looking for you, actually. We've been trying to track you down. We watch everybody's YouTube.
Yeah.
I love it, man. How's your father? And when did your mom pass away? When was that?
April 2018.
Okay. How's your father handling it? Is he banging everyone in town already?
No, he's actually going to Florida next week to see the Super Bowl. So yeah.
Hell yeah, he's living it up.
Yeah.
Doesn't have to pay for your
Well,
mom's medication
She'll have
anymore.
to raise.
Okie dokie. Alright, I guess I pushed it a little too far there. I love it. And how long have you been doing it in Austin, stand-up comedy?
I just got here almost 2 weeks now.
Oh, wow. So you're as fresh as it gets.
Yeah.
From Massachusetts, what part?
Billerica. It's like 30 minutes outside of Boston.
All right. What are they known for? Any fun facts about Billerica?
Murder.
Yeah. Is that true? Is it
Real.
dangerous?
No, for real. There was a bunch of hookers that were murdered in Billerica. It was like a standard joke. Like comics would say, "Oh, just got back from Billerica, I had to drop a couple of people off."
Wow.
Dudley
Dead
Road.
bodies on the side of the road all the time, right?
Dudley Road. Yeah. That's the guy escaped from prison. Went to Dudley Road. There's a prison in Florida. Florida State Prison.
All right. Sounds awesome.
Yeah.
That's a terrible place to live.
Congratulations on getting out of there.
Yeah.
Good job.
What's your favorite thing about Austin? You've only been here 2 weeks.
I don't know. Yeah, I like the Austin. I don't know. Texas. It seems like a place I could get sick of quick.
Why?
I just like it. I like that. I like that.
Everybody tightened up when I kept making jokes about your dead mom. Now they're like, yeah, fuck her door. Really turn the audience against you, Patrick. This is Texas for the fucking pizza, bro. Yeah, watch this. This is one of these guys that are gonna find queso for the first time, like we were talking about.
It was the first thing I tried. Well, delicious.
Wow, you didn't like queso?
No, it was delicious.
Oh. very good. All right.
Just miss pizza. So, Singapore new people in
Text.
they don't have any beards, but so
To find Threads over there. I'm sure you know that.
lemonade.
I'm gonna make sure to party, everybody. There you go. Ladies and gentlemen, here in Angeles, California.
White ass disease. I have anxiety.
Son of a bitch.
Y'all can't see it. Don't
Come on. Dare you. Do you think impeachment is a type of cobbler? excited about the Super Bowl. Eat cereal out of every morning.
Tony got to the venue so he could sniff the seats.
Pardon David Lucas for murdering 13 toilets this week.
Thank you, Tony. Hell no.
So you excited, David? You're here in
Yeah,
Austin?
bro, I love Austin, man. This shit is dope, man. I walked at the river this morning.
Yeah, you did? Oh, I thought I saw a tsunami come by.
I seen you going into a tent naked.
I know what. You live in Los Angeles still? You excited they just announced they're going to end the strictest lockdown there.
Man, I'm not. Parasailing at a gay sold out is on that. Right, that's still eating good ass barbecue, dog.
Yeah, what's your favorite kind of barbecue?
Brisket so far.
Alright. How much do you
Like $1 trillion. Red man, you look like the CEO of Trader Joe's. Why the fuck?
Hey, ring your bell. Ring your bell.
Why would you play that?
Ring your bell.
I love it.
Right, Red man, you dressing like you're going to Miami to pick up a group of little girls.
Hey, if I could, I would.
I love it, David. Well, still roasty as hell. Such a fun set. Really coming in and showing here. You know, David's a big Comedy Store employee. He's, you know, really rising through the ranks there. Came in, you showed, you know, sort of a compilation of everything that we saw from everybody that did good. Nice short jokes, great pacing and timing, just complete comfort. So, great stuff. Welcome back to Austin, Texas, David Lucas. He's on social media. David Lucas is a fun dude. Yeah. Real ringer.
Yeah. So comfortable.
Yeah, he might be moving here permanently too. All right. This looks like another new name, everybody. We're going to meet the comedy of George Barr. George Bears. Barr.
Spell it.
B-A-H-R-S. George Barr. See movement. George. Oh, here he comes.
Another new person. I love this shit.
This is great. The bucket's very giving tonight. But one more time for George Barrs, everyone.
So I learned something pretty interesting about Magnum condoms recently. stretch more. For the longest time, I genuinely believed condoms were like prisons. You know, they were made for black men. No, but they fit everyone. I'm just kidding. Are they laughing? No, they fit everyone though, which is cool. Because I think I'm only gonna start using Magnum condoms from now on. I think it'll give the girl some hope. Yeah. I mean, imagine me going up with the girl. You know, I walk into her place, I slap down that big black box. She's gonna see that and be like, oh shit. And because you have these high expectations. Of course, when my pants actually come off, she's probably gonna be more like, oh shit. You know, because the reality of the situation. But up until that point, it's pretty fun. Okay, thank you.
All right, George. Let's talk about this little cock here. So what are we dealing with here? What are we talking about? You're beating around the bush. Everyone wants to know.
Cock ears? Is that what you said?
What?
Cock ears?
No.
Oh,
Your penis, George. Your fucking penis.
Cock of yours.
oh, no. I mean, it's like, I think it's like right on average from what I've like Googled.
Like 7.5 inches, 8. What are you talking about?
It's like you usually measured. Are we talking about measuring tape, a ruler, just
Yeah, I just prayer. I didn't have a ruler I did last time, so I used a protractor, which is kind of weird. But
wow. Look at you. How can you tell which needle was which?
a little like, yeah, line, yeah.
Alright. George, do you get to hook up with a lot of ladies? You seem to really lack confidence.
Just like common situations. Then if you have one of those belts that folds and they have it in your front right there.
Yeah.
Is that cool? Oh yeah, then they go to the
Are you just haven't been measuring that the whole time? Yeah, 6.5 inches. Perfect. I don't know what everyone's complaining about.
That was weird.
How long you been stand up?
This is my second open mic.
Open mic ever, everybody. Come on. Heck yeah. Out here popping cherries. How was your first show? What went on there?
Oh man, I bombed for and then that like okay, so I was night. Yeah. It was in San Antonio though. It was okay. Yeah. It was in Austin, so I'll be a little more intense here, sure.
Yeah. So maybe.
So I'm visiting a buddy. I lived in DC. That's it, and not with my fingers, but like that's what I'm thinking. Right? What a giant pussy!
Man, it's incredible. One thing to buy a ukulele, but fingers playing the ukulele. Wow. My goodness. What made you pick a ukulele out of all the instruments?
I tried playing the guitar when it hurt.
It's poor fucking kid.
So I was like, I'm trying to not breathe with it. Four strings. I forget. But it's just probably the guitar.
Yeah, there's a lot. Is it 4 on a ukulele?
Yeah,
Yeah, 4 string. So one less string to worry about, I guess.
Yeah.
Two.
There's been you met me of what may or may not be necessary to learn something. I don't know what I'm saying. I get nervous when I'm horny. I apologize. I don't know. It's not.
Okay. And you're horny right now?
So rude.
Oh, wow. Look at that, Joe. Oh, my goodness. Are you getting... Oh.
Yeah.
It's just Joe Rogan. I see. Yeah. All right. Okay. You ever go see a lot of lights or anything like that?
First, no. But the first I went to Christian school. We had a pretty in Tim Hawkins. Yeah, I know.
Okay.
Anything funky there? We had so not really. Wow. I think it was midnight. I never did it. Really cool. But the thing is that we had it, but it was like a cool artist. Like this city called Lynchburg, Virginia.
Okay.
So yeah. So
All right.
not much going on there.
It's like a terrible date. You just sitting there going, oh my fucking. What have I done?
Wow. And then yeah, small dick later, so it's just like and on one side, and on the other side it's just a Mexican on one side. Yeah.
Wow.
We should wrap this up.
Yeah, for sure. I tried, George. I tried hard. There you go, George Barnes, everyone. STR_BAHRS.
Oh, Brian, went to get a drink for all of us, did you?
What?
No, just for yourself.
I was just taking a piss and I saw two friend of ours in the back just hanging out. Yeah, Adam Ray. Oh yeah, great Adam Ray, everybody. He's here, coming up on the show in March. He's gonna be back. Here we go. Pulling another name out of the bucket. And your next comedian. Down at Best Barbecue Show, we are looking at Williams. Here comes. One more time for everybody. Here he is.
She creates tons of distance. I feel wasted. Have you guys seen these in-ground traps? It's a regular trampoline just dug a hole under this bitch. Everybody with a regular trampoline looks like white trash because they got this above ground trampoline like a broke piece of shit. Thank you guys, that's been big.
Fuck yeah. There you go. Trevor Williams. You've been on this show before?
Yes, sir.
Hell yeah. What happened last time you were on? Remind everybody.
Vaughn.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Didn't go well.
Okay. Well, welcome back. My, how things have changed.
Perfect.
What a difference a week makes. Fun stuff, man. I just got done watching your documentary on Netflix. I think it's called Night Stalker. Hell yeah. People tell you look like him a lot?
Now, yeah, Adam Driver's been lacking in his output lately, so that's kind of shifted. It's Ramirez time, baby.
It really is. You for work, Trevor?
I work for the state, like with attorney stuff.
Okay. All right. Man, people look weird for their jobs.
Yeah. Working from home, man, you can really choose what you want to look like now at this point.
They got this guy working at the state office. They got a fucking line cook greeting people at a restaurant. Trevor, how long have you been on stand-up?
About 2.5 years now. Last year's kind of weird, but 2.5.
You're from Texas?
I'm from Ohio. I didn't write Sunbury on there. I usually do that, but
That's right.
last time it, like, you were like, fuck, I'm Ohio. And I was like, I'm not going to do that again.
Gotcha. Because I said Ohio?
No, like, I don't know. It seemed like, you know, it was just because you were on the last episode. Yeah. Well, yeah, these guys are both from Ohio. I know. That's why I put it on there, because in my head, I'm like, maybe that'll
help Tony's blind hand reach in and grab the right piece of paper. Okay. Trevor, tell us something that we haven't talked about on the show that you think would be interesting to know about you.
I used to be a lifeguard. What happened? I got a better job. Yeah. I graduated college, and then that kind of, you know, do like program coordinating for like courses for attorneys for the state bar.
Was it a pool or an amusement park that you did at?
I've done both. You went to Magic Mountain?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. That's cool. And like adults that don't know how to swim like to get in there.
Did you ever have to save anybody?
No, only like I had to like watch someone have a seizure one time, but that wasn't in the water, so I don't feel like that.
Are you worried about people hearing your act and getting in trouble?
What part?
Like the Tonto joke?
I've never told that one before, so I was just kind of going out on a limb on that. And then,
Did you have any Native American in you?
it looks like I do, doesn't it?
A little bit.
Yeah.
You should lie about it if you don't.
I wasn't going to be honest about it.
Yeah. What ethnicity are you? Have you asked your parents about this?
We were just talking about that. No, I have no idea.
You have a serious job, so I'm asking. Like, if you say some crazy shit on stage, you worried that would be the end of your other job?
For the stability, probably won't tell it again.
That's good.
In front of a camera, yeah.
Right. What other subjects do you tend to cover in the jokes that you've written in 2.5 years? Just if we were looking at how you write, like the titles of the jokes, what else do you cover?
I've got a life. Regardless if you have the certification, you're just shorthanded, so it's like switch roles. And like one day there's like these 4-year-old kids, and after their lesson, there's like one, like I feel for him, and he's like over, and I'm like, hey man, do you want teeth? You know, obliterating. Wow. Yeah, he had the rim on the way down, and it like, he opens his mouth, teeth and blood, and I hand him off to the mom.
Go. So much for guarding life, huh?
That was the last I ever got to do swim lessons.
Is that
Teaching me so much about losing free time. Yeah.
but how convenient?
Either.
They broke. I didn't. So when it keeps
That bitch ass teeth.
when his face hit, I didn't see good because it was such a soft tap. But the minute he opened his mouth to cry, I was just all over his tongue was just broken.
Did
either a kid or a meth head. So you never know.
Been a meth head midget.
Yeah.
Good name for a band.
Meth head midget. Trevor, you ever play any music?
We never sell weed. Yeah. I probably didn't have thought so.
Yeah, that's what you do for the state.
Well enough not to. Still everything.
Wow, that's incredible. It's a shame that you don't play basketball. That makes you.
I'm a lifeguard.
All right, Trevor. Well, you've got a couple times now on the show, and congratulations to you. Do you have any questions for us?
I don't know what you think, but keep trying.
You really want to answer that?
I don't know now. I'll just, I can conclusions.
I think it was better than last time.
It's definitely better than last.
There you go. Congratulations. Proof is shown. Trevor wins. What do you guys think? Go to the bucket one more time? Wow. Look how fast he's going. Jody. Like a hit through. Wow. He's got so good at this. Make some noise for Agabar, everybody. It's Agabar. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Come on, make some noise for Agabar, everybody.
Enough up with this motherfucker and shit. Guys and ladies, sex. Conversation. Nigga don't sex harass. Tony, I harass sexes. Shut the fuck up. Punchlines over. A little bit slow and shit. Joe Rogan having a community like vibes. That motherfucker gets around the neighborhood. If my dick wasn't strapped to myself, I'd be doing like callbacks. Look, put your motherfucking mom on. Bitch, you. It's like.
Agabar, everybody. Lots of energy. Lots of energy. Yeah, the comedy style.
Yeah.
It's fitting that you dress like a stop sign. Just thinking, wow, I love the setup to that joke, actually.
So smart.
It was. But yeah. How about you? You ever do drugs?
Oh, yeah, I do a little drugs.
What's your favorite drug?
Crack cocaine.
Wow.
Matter of fact, I'm thinking about relapsing right now. It's,
When's the last time you did crack?
I did crack about 3 months ago.
Okay.
Why did you stop doing it?
Oh, because I was getting a little bit too skinny. Sort of.
That's the only reason why I need to put on weight.
No. Crack when I'm over my dick.
Wow. Look at that.
That should be on a t-shirt.
No, I'm joking. I never did.
No, we know that you did.
I just be in a crack house. My daddy was a carpenter.
So you stayed in the crack house. About feel like the first time you smoke crack, what do you like? Just close your eyes and try to describe to us. I know a lot of people here. Yeah, we're
Asian people here are so easy because you just fuck it up, throw it up in the air. And shit. I mean, your hair like this, Tony.
I know, it's my own thing. I know, I can't do it like you do it. I can't just like I don't know what that is. I look like you've been sipping on some scissors.
It's like a razor, a protractor. I mean, the small shirt makes you
Make fun of me.
but you look like just.
I will not allow this from you, Agabar. You didn't do good enough to make
Hey, I
fun of
want to
me.
say something about Common Conversation. It was one of the first podcasts here in Austin, Texas.
Okay, all right. We're going the wrong direction, Agabar. We're going the wrong way on a one-way street right now. Are all of your outfits color-coded like that? How many?
Oh, see, I just believe it.
Yeah, there's very little there. Are you sure? The American way, or? Jesus Christ, that's racist on multiple levels. You're saying
I have a virgin okay.
Is that true? I didn't even ask you about that. I just said you have a virgin duty. Most people don't just say that out of nowhere. We didn't ask you. What? That is true. Got those lower handlebars hanging off his chin.
I want to know the whole story. Rogan just stands with children, so I don't know if you're saying yes or no.
That makes a lot of sense.
Agabar, what do you do for fun?
I like drinking coffee and
Oh my god.
Drinking coffee.
Do you know what schizophrenia is?
Joe Rogan, I'm not schizophrenia. I just talk to myself and I need someone intelligent to talk to.
You ever accomplish anything? Ever win like a trophy or a medal or anything like that? And
I ran track, but I never got a trophy because I didn't got slated. I'm just too lazy.
I've never done what? How long have you done stand-up?
I started my stand-up career actually in Austin, Texas, so I believe actually doing comedy for about 3 years.
3 years. And how many times a month would you say you get on stage and perform?
Well, when like I said, actually doing comedy before the COVID, I was on stage like every day. Like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Yeah,
Right. Do you try to be funny when you have clients in your barber chair?
Yeah, but you have to, talk with open-ended questions because if I say a joke that's too harmful, then that fucks up my tip.
Oh, what's the worst joke that you remember ever doing with someone in your barber chair?
I say, if God did not intend for us to eat ass,
Just sell it. Be confident. As a fellow ass eater, I support you in this.
Hell yeah.
Hashtag don't be scared, homie.
okay. I like. There's nothing wrong with eating it.
That's true. You ate it on stage here tonight. Fell right in. True. Agabar, so much more so interesting now.
Where
You know,
is it the worst one?
see, I forgot how fun this is fun. The year that what was 300th that night. Closed it. She was every episode. I make some noise here in Texas for my mom, Joy. Yeah. What's up, Joy? She said years old. Everyone. Can't take it anymore. This place is just like prison. That doesn't just happen in prison, right? It's like go back to bed, right? Yeah, we moved in and I found out that she's one of those people that believes that the FBI is listening to you through your Alexa. Toilet wine?
You never been to prison, I guess. With all the cafeteria fruits that ferment and it's like a prison.
Oh, I might change it to grilled cheese. I might say wines that.
Well, she just loves toilet.
That's thing back, but different than what we all are going to do that. You're going to get a prison. You think bed sex? Here those things. Jesus, right? He's like a fully, very much.
No, you know what he looks
Here, I said he looks like a bird. Tell us again.
For suing people. Kind of like, kind of. No. How about this?
right? You don't really want to sing.
The wrong key, John.
Actually,
What kind of music? These guys like sneak. What kind of music?
Along with in your smile, Joe Rogan, you motherfucker. What? 'Cause I know,
Julian, I got good news for you. Try to call you other again tonight. I just got word Joe Rogan just a.
Welcome to the family, son.
I can't wait to eat elk with you, Dad.
Oh yeah.
Jalapenos. That'd be great.
You gotta work your way up the family line though. You're starting underneath Marshall, so I love it.
No, fuck yeah.
No, wait,
I'll take it.
let's try to call your dad one more time. What's happened this week? Have you talked with your mom about it? Were you like, Mom, Dad didn't pick up?
It's been a stressful week.
Tell me about it, Julian.
He called me back the day after.
No way.
He answered, did you? No, as directed. Like a day or two after, he called back and I just let it go to voicemail, sitting there like, fuck, okay.
Did he leave a voicemail?
No.
I'm a little uncomfortable in your choice of shoes.
Why's that? You don't like Vans?
I'm confused.
Jesus, Julian. Now you have two dads that don't want to talk.
Just both because of the shoe.
I'm confused.
You don't like them? They're Vans, dude.
You're
I
not about that,
don't
right?
skateboard enough, but they're cool. I got the Blazers there at home.
It's a little weird.
Alright, fine. I don't say anything about your hat, so.
Oh, Julian. Oh my God.
I hate you, Dad. I hate you, Dad. Yeah.
Paperboys?
Very angsty. Angsty kid.
It's a
Just kidding. I do like
How
that hat.
dare you, Julian?
I do like that hat.
Call your dad.
Your dad tried to call back, and now we're going to call back.
What did he say?
So, okay, so he didn't say anything. He voicemail or anything. I just figured.
Does he know what happened?
Did I call him? No. During a show, he doesn't know who called him. Right. He just had a missed call that he responded to.
Does he have Parkinson's or Alzheimer's or something where he doesn't know what's going on?
It's funny. That's actually something. Red Band was like, "What would you ask him?" And I was like, "Any like family health history that I should know about? I guess like predisposed to anything."
Right.
But no, as far as I know,
Well, to be honest with you, Julie, we all have really fucked up faces, but we all sort of look like grown-up sea monkeys or something like that.
No, he does.
He really does.
No.
It's one of these.
Oh, no. Oh, no. I'm trying to forget that.
yeah, that's it.
So, you ready to do this? We're gonna try it again.
Call your dad.
Yeah,
I need
yeah,
to
we
talk
can
to
do
him.
that. I don't. You want to talk to him?
I need to talk to
That'd
him.
be sweet. Okay. So, like last week, guys, everyone needs to be quiet while he does it and not say a word. We have to have him turn up the volume, put the speaker right on that thing.
And you have to tell him he's on a podcast pretty early on.
Yeah, like immediately or
Yeah.
jail.
Yeah. never spoken to his father before in his fucking life. This is Kill Tony, live in Austin, Texas.
Never spoken to him? Hello?
Hi, is this Daniel?
Daniel?
Hey, Daniel, this is Julian, and you're on a podcast? I'm your son.
Oh. Well,
We put we know that. I understand a weird hour. Are you out in El Paso? Okay, so it's okay. Yeah, so like 9 p.m. Listen, hey, yeah, it's me. I know we haven't like, you know, I just wanted to let you know that I'm doing. I live in
nice to one.
yeah, listen, hey,
A little bit off guard. Yeah, wasn't expecting it. How would you like this? Tomorrow when he's got that baby. Tomorrow when it's not that.
my dreams, I kiss your lips 1,000 times. I sometimes see you outside my door. Hello, is it me you're looking for? I can see eyes. I can see it in your smile, Joe Rogan, you motherfucker. I wanna tell what, 'cause I know just what to say, and you know just what to do. You were all I ever wanted. You. Wow, look at that. Julian, I got good news for you. We're not even gonna try to call your father again tonight. I just got word Joe Rogan just adopted you. Holy Rogan, everybody.
Welcome to the family, son.
I can't yell with you. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that'd be great. You gotta work your way No, as directed. Like, year or two after, he called back and I. Else in it. So just spoke to the
So
Oh, yeah.
your dad tried to call. Now we're going to call him back.
That's that.
So, he didn't leave a voicemail or anything. I just figured
See, no
should have missed a call that he responded to. I guess.
Parkinson's or Alzheimer's or something where he doesn't know what's going on.
It's funny. That's actually some man was like, "What would you ask him?" I was like, "Any like family health history that I should know about? I guess like predisposed to anything."
Right.
But no, as far as I know.
Well, let me be honest with you, Julie. We all have really fucked up faces, but we all sort of look like grown-up sea monkeys or something like that.
No, he does.
He really does.
No.
It's one of these.
Oh, no.
Whack
Oh, no. Try to.
Yeah, that's.
So,
Yeah. Yeah, we can do that. I don't know. You want to talk to him? That's
I need to talk to him.
this week. Okay. One needs to be quiet while he does it. Not say a word. We have to have turn up the volume. Put the speaker right on that.
telling me he's
Yeah, like, immediately.
yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so suspected ever, but I just want to let you know that I'm doing great. I live in Austin now. I got a great man.
Actually, I'm doing pretty good, but I have been wondering how you can get this line up. I've been wondering about that for years.
Oh, you're glad.
Nice to wonder.
Yeah, listen, hey,
Thanks for reaching out, Pop.
do you know who?
What the fuck? What?
I'm 26.
Every now and then I thought about sending an email, but fuck it.
Hey, listen, do you know
I've
who
been
Joe
doing
Rogan?
good, kid.
You know who Joe Rogan is?
Yes, I did.
He watched some years back.
I shot alone in your mammy 35 years ago. I always wondered what
Do
became
you want to? Do you want to talk to Joe Rogan?
Hey, give me the phone.
Oh shit.
T-Mobile, bitch. Daniel, what's up? Do you know this kid? This kid that claims to be your son? I know about him, yes. I think he's a scammer. I don't believe him. for sure he's your son? Yes.
Sort of not being cool there. You could have been a lot cooler, Greg. Look at this athleticism.
For 30 years,
Yo, Pol
and as
Pot.
we will see, the name Pol Pot was a revolutionary pseudonym, which he gradually began using during the 1960s. One of many.
What would you use? Biggest pimp of all time. Wah, 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 wah. Bye-bye.
Napoleon's path war dominate his 10-year reign. A conflict unprecedented in history that would leave millions dead and the continent in turmoil. 8 months after Napoleon's coronation, the French Empire and its Spanish ally were at war with Britain, and Napoleon had assembled an army of 180,000 men along the Channel coast. But as long as the British Royal Navy ruled the seas, invasion was impossible. But nor could Britain challenge France on land. And so British Prime Minister William Pitt tried to build a European coalition against Napoleon, using diplomacy and gold. Britain would prove Napoleon's most steadfast enemy, and its press delighted in relentless mockery of the French Emperor. Britain and France were old rivals in Europe and overseas. But now, Pitt feared Napoleon's conquests had made France too powerful. The French Emperor had to be defeated, and Europe's balance of power restored if there was ever to be lasting peace. Pitt found willing allies in Europe, among monarchs who despised Napoleon as a product of the French Revolution and a dangerous threat to the existing order. Austria harbored the deepest grievances, having seen her influence in Germany and Italy steadily eroded by French victories. The final straw came in May 1805, when Napoleon had also crowned himself King of Italy in Milan. Austria, Russia, Sweden, and Naples joined Britain in an alliance known as the Third Coalition, and devised an ambitious plan for a series of joint offensives against France.
main attack would be made by a combined Austro-Russian army, advancing across the Rhine into France. But Napoleon got word of their plans and reacted with typical speed and decision. He was determined to strike first before the Allies could join forces, and ordered his army, now renamed La Grande Armée, to march to the River Rhine. His target was the Austrian army of General Mack, which had made a premature advance against Bavaria, a French ally, and was now dangerously isolated from the other Allied armies. Napoleon ordered Marshal Murat, his famously flamboyant cavalry commander, to make feint attacks through the Black Forest, while the rest of his army, advancing at speed, enveloped Mack's army from the north. That summer, Napoleon's Grande Armée was at its most formidable. Well-trained, highly motivated, its regiments at full strength. What's more, it had been newly reorganized according to the corps system, later imitated by virtually every army in the world. Each corps, commanded by a marshal, was a mini-army of 15,000 to 30,000 soldiers, with its own infantry, cavalry, artillery, and supporting arms, such as reconnaissance, engineers, and transport. This meant each corps could march and fight for a limited time, independently, allowing Napoleon to break with the old doctrine of keeping his army concentrated and advance with his corps widely dispersed. This helped to disguise his real objective and increased movement speed, because the army could advance along multiple roads and live off the land, taking its supplies from scattered villages, rather than relying on slow-moving supply wagons. When the enemy's main force was located, the army could quickly concentrate for battle. This is how Napoleon's army was able to move at a speed that often surprised and disorientated his enemies. Mack didn't realize the danger he was in until it was too late. Napoleon's fast-moving corps crossed the Danube behind him and surrounded his army. Mack launched a series of poorly coordinated counterattacks, but despite some desperate fighting, the Austrians couldn't break out of the trap. Mack hoped that Kutuzov's Russian army could arrive in time to save him, but the Russians were still 160 miles away. And so, at Ulm, on the 19th of October, just 6 weeks into the war, Mack surrendered his army to Napoleon. The French took nearly 60,000 Austrian prisoners, and Napoleon had struck his first devastating blow against the coalition. Russian General Mikhail Kutuzov was an experienced and wary commander, more cautious than Mack. His army was exhausted after its 900-mile march from Russia, but hearing of the Austrian surrender at Ulm, and knowing he wasn't strong enough to face Napoleon alone, he immediately ordered a retreat. Napoleon pursued. The Russians fought several sharp rearguard actions, but could not save the Austrian capital, Vienna, which the French occupied on the 12th of November. Kutuzov slipped away to Olmutz in today's Czech Republic, where he was horseman, as well as Emperor Alexander of Russia, so also in person. Napoleon was furious that Kutuzov had escaped. By now his army was also exhausted and far from home, with winter approaching. He needed to force a decisive battle, quickly. Fortunately for him, the overconfident 27-year-old Russian emperor sought the glory of battle, overriding concerns of his veteran commander, General Kutuzov. With the Allied army closing in, Napoleon ordered his corps to rapidly concentrate on a battlefield
he had carefully selected, near the town of Austerlitz. Napoleon oversaw the dispositions of his army late into the night, then grabbed a few hours' sleep beside a campfire. Dawn would mark the and promised a battle that would make or break his young empire. The morning of the 2nd of December 1805 was cold and bright with a heavy mist. Two armies of near equal size faced each other across a 7-mile wide battlefield. But the Allies held the high ground, while French Third Corps under Marshal Davout was still marching to the battlefield. Seeing Napoleon's thinly stretched right flank, the Allies planned a large-scale attack from the Pratzen Heights to steamroller the French right, before swinging round to envelop Napoleon's army. Little did they know, Napoleon was counting on his weak right wing luring the Allies into just such a move. Whereupon he would launch in on the Pratzen Heights to cut the Allied army in half. His bold plan relied on his correct prediction of Allied movement. Battle tomorrow, he asked them, where is my army? But he did make one exception. Barclay was continuing to move troops from his unengaged right wing. Socrates, or Socrates, in between 470 and 468 BC in the village of Alopeki, of the Greek city-state of Athens, which lay southeast of the city walls. Despite the fact that he is one of the undisputed intellectual civilization and one of the most philosophers and thinkers in history, scholars actually know shockingly few biographical details about Socrates. Also, Damascus was described in some sources as a stonemason or sculptor, and his Viarite has been a midwife. At first glance, these details seem to suggest that Socrates had a working class upbringing, which was not the case. As one of
Look at this
Athens
lettuce.
during his time, Socrates almost certainly received an elite education as a young man. Furthermore, his close friends and colleagues was Athens' will and the son of a lone dictator's working class, even at the dawn of Athenian democracy. This set of suppositions is just one example. Structure biography's task has proven endlessly frustrating for historians. No writings of his own. Scholars and chroniclers wrote about him. Some of these sources are considered more reliable than others, or to treat with greater acceptance the biographical details about some in the books written by Plato and Xenophon, because both of these writers were pupils and friends of Socrates himself. Socrates would have still been relatively fresh for the people of Athens, and dialogues like Plato's Apology and Crito or Xenophon's Memorabilia were first published roughly 10 to 20 years after his death. It stands to reason that if the biographical accounts of Plato and Xenophon had diverged dramatically from what Athenians remembered of Socrates' conduct, teaching likely would have appeared in the literary and historical record. Plato and more accurately represent his, most of which were written many more decades or even centuries after Socrates died by ancient scholars such as Diogenes Laertius, have you ever wondered what is consciousness? How did it come to be? Questions are among the greatest unsolved mysteries. Viewers have to say about the book, a great exploration of consciousness that reads like a Dan Brown thriller, essential reading for anyone seeking to understand the greatest in-age short course on the mysteries of life and consciousness, including including your role in existence. So, if you're interested in discovering the nature of your own mind, follow the link in the video description and pre-order The Dawn of Mind, How Matter Became Conscious and Alive by Dr. James Cook, coming the 3rd of December 2024.
All this being said, there is still reason to read the dialogues of Plato and Xenophon with a certain amount of skepticism regarding just how accurately they may have depicted or quoted Socrates. Both writers would have been subject to bias because he was their beloved deep reverence for Socrates' wit and was readily apparent in these texts. However, it is also possible that these authors may have shaped the words and actions of Socrates for their own rhetorical or literary purposes. This is not to say that either Plato or Xenophon or any other ancient writer, historian, or chronicler might have done so with malicious or particularly fraudulent intent. Some historians have no literature of the ancient world to pay tribute to important people, either by crediting them with heroic acts or admirable ideas, or even by writing something in their name. Some writers might even have put their own words into the mouths of more famous, respected, or beloved figures in order to lend legitimacy to their own theses and ideas, which many scholars believe both Plato and Xenophon did in some of their dialogues about Socrates. With all these considered in mind, attempting to reconstruct the historical Socrates might seem to some like an exercise in futility, since none of the extant sources can be considered reliable by modern standards. Yet, this certainly hasn't hindered historians from trying, and numerous writers and researchers throughout the last 2.5 continued, in spite of these challenges, pursue a clearer picture of Socrates. Very little is known about his early life and adolescence, but historians have attempted to reconstruct a picture of it with the scant few details available in the Socratic canon, combined with our historical knowledge of the lives of boys and men in classical Athens. The village of Alopeki, where Socrates was born, was home to roughly 3,000 people, a little more than a third of whom were Athenian citizens. Only free-born Athenian men were eligible for citizenship. The rest of the population of the team, or village of Alopeki, would have been represented by slaves, women, children, and non-Athenian foreigners, none of whom were eligible for citizenship. The life experiences of Socrates that are known to us indicate that he himself was almost certainly an Athenian citizen. That he attained citizenship himself likely means that his father, Sophroniscus, was also an Athenian citizen. That said, Sophroniscus, as a skilled tradesman, probably did not come from a particularly affluent or aristocratic background. The relatively privileged youth that his son Socrates seems to have enjoyed, however, suggests that he had achieved some financial success in his profession and had achieved some social standing in his community. Sophroniscus counted highly influential and wealthy Athenians among his friends, such as Lysimachus, the son of the Athenian statesman Aristides the Just. If Sophroniscus was indeed a stonemason or sculptor, he was probably not a lowly artisan or laborer, but perhaps the foreman of his own shop or quarry, the master mason. Descriptions of Socrates' mother, Dinarite, suggest that she was better born than Sophroniscus,
Another factor which points to the probable professional and social success of her husband. We know even less about Phaenarete than we do about Sophroniscus. In one of Plato's dialogues, Socrates referred to her as a Maya, or midwife, but it is unclear if this was meant in a literal professional sense. Some scholars wonder if Socrates was not speaking metaphorically and referring instead to a matronly or nurturing quality in his mother. Athenian married women, even those of high social standing, had numerous domestic duties, which suggests that such women might not have had much time to dedicate themselves to pursuing a profession. However, according to one study of a small sample of ancient inscriptions, the majority of the professional midwives identified in classical Greece were freeborn women of respectable status, if not high social status. Such women even published medical texts and lectured publicly in their area of expertise, so it's possible that Phaenarete might have been a legitimately practicing midwife at one point or another in her life. There was no such thing as organized public education in Athens in Socrates' day. He would have learned to read and write at home with a tutor, most likely an enslaved non-Athenian Greek or other foreigner taken captive in war. Almost all Athenian families of middle class or upper class status owned at least a few slaves, and some of these individuals were tasked with educating the family's children until the age of 12, teaching them primarily to read and write, and perhaps also to do basic arithmetic. The male children of freeborn and affluent Athenians during the 5th century BC seemed to enjoy a good deal of freedom and stimulation. While they were expected to be silent and docile in adult company, boys, nonetheless, often accompanied their fathers into public spaces and adult forums. Young Socrates likely attended theatrical productions, religious festivals, athletic contests, informal public debates, or even banquets at the homes of family friends with his father. Athenian culture also placed marked emphasis on physical health and leisure, and thus games, sport, and exercise would have been valued and were encouraged for boys of all ages. Athenian boys learned to swim and to wrestle. They played games of chance against one another with knuckle bones, much like dice games. By the age of 12, Athenian boys of middle to high social status usually began attending lessons in gymnastics and music. Training in the gymnasia was emphasized as necessary not only for personal health, but to build strength and fitness among young, up-and-coming male citizens who would be required to serve in the military. Music studies in classical Athens were far more comprehensive as a subject area than they are today. Not only did the study of music involve learning to play an instrument, such as the lyre, the flute, or the aulus, a double reed pipe, but it also involved the study of dance and poetry. Under the tutelage of the famed music master Lampros, young Socrates learned to play the lyre, lessons which he resumed once again in middle age, when the musician Konos began to instruct him in the newer, more innovative playing techniques. In his youth, Socrates would have been taught to sing and to dance, to memorize and recite poetry by Homer, Pindar, Sappho, Anacreon, and other lyric poets. As we see, music studies encompassed not only music and dance, but also literature. Much lyric poetry was interesting. Music academies in classical Athens offered a good deal of history study and religious education, in addition to education in the artistic disciplines of music and dance. This is because the poets were not just poets, but also often historians and the documentarians of the legends of the gods, and music and dance was often instrumental in classical Greek religious rites. This period of musical and gymnastic education in Socrates' young life probably lasted for 2 to 4 years. It is also possible that Socrates might have begun apprenticing to his father's trade sometime during his teenage years or early 20s. Athene secure a professional livelihood for their sons by the time they came of age, and it was fairly common for boys to pursue the same professions that their fathers had. Socrates may have spent any number of months or years working as a mason or a sculptor in his father's shop. Yet, even if he did, it may not have been something demanded of him, but perhaps something he pursued merely to keep himself busy and fit until he came of age and qualified for military service, something of every young Athenian male citizen in Socrates' day. In 454 BC, when Socrates was about 15 years old, the Athenian assembly voted to remove the treasury of the Delian League from the island of Delos to Athens, supposedly to protect it from potential incursions by the Persians, whom the Greek member states of the Delian League had together defeated just a few decades before. While this immense war chest with gold and silver had been constituted for all the League's member states, who all contributed to it annually for their mutual defense, the rulers of Athens, Pericles of the assembly, evidently decided that was more a suggestion than a requirement. This was the beginning of a series of developments which eventually led to the outbreak of the Peloponnesian War. Pericles used the Delian treasury to benefit and beautify the city of Athens, which still bore the scars of the Persian invasion. He embarked on an ambitious building program which included impressive public edifices and spaces. The crowning glory of this revitalization project was the Parthenon, the exquisite temple of white marble built atop the Acropolis, with a magnificent ivory and gold statue of the goddess Athena within the temple sanctuary. No doubt the masons, sculptors, and other stoneworkers in Athens, perhaps even Socrates' father Sophroniscus, received many commissions and benefited handsomely from Pericles' building program. The states grew more and more outraged that their annual tributes, intended for the defense of all, seemed instead to be simply enriching the city of Athens. Pericles soon began to launch military actions against these so-called rogue states, to the equals Athens was beginning to conduct itself more and more like an imperialist power Greek states such as Sparta and Corinth began to mobilize against Athens and her remaining allies. Athens would need their available citizen soldier ready for a series of armed conflicts which would continue years. Socrates was teaching education. At some in his mid to late teens, the philosopher Archelaus was a student of the natural philosopher Anaxagoras, who was one of the first thinkers to attribute the workings of the cosmos to natural rather having examined the sun. This trip represents one of the few instances in his life when he was graduation tour. In Plato's Apology, Socrates speaks of the fascination he held in his youth of the natural world. Would have presented him where he was eligible to submit for election by law. The Thaddeus, the expended career, the entire Panic warrior, Drachmust, his own armor and weapons son, and their military insular flying village. While they were this and no score was the first. In the literaries in two particular battles, the Battle of Potidaea and the Battle of Delium. However, these two battles are spaced out over more than a decade, and it might therefore be reasonable to assume that Socrates spent a good portion of his life as a career soldier. years old when the 3-year campaign of Potadia began. 6 years old when the Battle of Delium occurred. Delhi required to serve so long. So advanced age, which might suggest that Socrates served voluntarily in these campaigns. If he served in voluntary middle age, Japanese to a battlefield, some tolerant temperatures when silver and keep him warm. At the Battle of Potadia in 432 CE, he performed a daring rescue of his young protege and charged the battlefield in pursuit of the fleeing Corinthians. When Alcibiades impetuously charged forward, he did so alone, and the rest of his hoplite unit quickly closed up the gap their comrade had left, as they had been trained to do. Not one of his unit followed him forward. Breaking ranks in this fashion was ill-advised indeed, and could perhaps land a soldier in hot water with his superiors, for the shield of each soldier in the line helped guard the body of the man next to him, and enhanced the strength of the line itself against attack. Breaking ranks put one's fellow troops in real and immediate danger. When he saw his young friend fall, Socrates made the decision to break ranks himself. He rushed across the battlefield through the chaos of men hacking each other to bits before he reached Alcibiades. Carefully and gently, he bore the young man away along with his armor and fallen weapons off the battlefield to safety. An assistant with Socrates' reputation for eschewing ambitions for glory, fame, or preferment, Plato recorded that Socrates insisted that Alcibiades should be decorated for bravery. One historian has posited that perhaps Socrates also avoided the adulation because he had, in fact, put his own unit in danger to save his young friend's life. Like the image of the warrior, the image of the strong, daring, able, and well-built young Socrates sits incongruously apart from our usual image of him as old, bearded, and fat, with a receding hairline, as appears in his portraits and busts. Contemporaries of the elder Socrates, even his friends, described him as famously ugly. A short, balding man with a paunchy middle, a broad, snub nose, thick lips, and widely spaced eyes that appeared to bulge. However, in the first bloom of youth as a career soldier, Socrates probably looked very different. Years of gymnastics, military training, if not slinging heavy stones in his father's workshop, would have given him a straight and well-built figure. His shortness would have appeared as stockiness and solid strength. He might even have been perceived as handsome. With his widely spaced eyes, broad nose, and very full lips situated in a younger face, and with what was likely an excellent physique, one is tempted to imagine someone akin to a young Marlon Brando. Although more than one biographer has sought to explore the figure of Socrates about Circe, that's some speculating and theorizing. One recent biography posits that as a young man, Socrates might have fallen in love with the famed intellectual Aspasia, a philosopher herself and the de facto wife of Pericles. The textual evidence for this is rather thin. It involves accepting that a female figure named Diotima mentions in Plato's Symposium as having been his instructors of love is, in fact, Aspasia. The author points out that only one of Plato's other, including Socrates, is Aspasia herself. In Plato's Menexenus about love, while some historians might find this textual evidence is somewhat more interesting and perhaps slightly more compelling than Alcibiades, the young man he rescued from the battlefield in 432 BC, or the Pericles himself. Alcibiades. Aspasia arrived in Athens in the early to mid 450s. Alcibiades for 2 years. She settled down with Pericles, who was twice and had a son with him, Pericles the Younger. Education, intelligence, aristocratic bearing, beauty, and her banquets and symposia were attended by some of Athens' most citizens and thinkers, Socrates himself, if Plato. With all this in mind, comes what did not run in the circle as with the famous philosopher, a branch of from the same village as Socrates. Xanthus to have been Pericles' cousin, considering Aspasia from Plato and Xenophon, unpopularity that Pericles suffered from later on among many Athenians for her perhaps neither Plato nor Philosophers. Or she married father's well-purpose, and the grandchild accepted the factor, but little, but she was likely unnamed of a child of in 399. Socrates was campaign. Socrates pursued ongoing study and development of philosophy in his beloved Athens. Socrates famously eschewed the pursuit of wealth and never accepted money from the students he taught. Some historians believe that Socrates inherited several rental properties from which he derived his income, and he would also have been paid a salary and pension for his military service, which puts a dent in his reputation as the impoverished intellectual. Still, the image of Socrates with which we are most familiar, Abby, barefoot and a sage about town, walked every day to the Athenian Agora or public square to frequent the booksellers, converse with his friends, argue good-naturedly with acquaintances, or take the time to answer the questions of his pupils. Here, he would not only have kept abreast of all developments in the city, but he would also have become known to all Athens, from political elites, priests and shopkeepers, to artists, artisans, laborers, and his fellow citizens, young and old. Socrates regularly attended philosophical symposia at the homes of his wealthy friends, some of which are documented in the writings of Plato and Xenophon. These gatherings were essentially the ancient Greek equivalent of the 18th century French literary salon, in which aristocratic, educated, intellectuals, and avant-garde members of society to undertake serious examination and discussion of a particular point of philosophical inquiry, as well as to dine and drink together. Throughout his career as, quite literally, a public intellectual, known to all citizens of Athens, and willing to engage in dialogue with all, Socrates developed a body of beliefs and a method of inquiry which became part of the very bedrock of modern Western civilization. By the time he reached adulthood, Socrates was disillusioned by the natural philosophy that had so fascinated him as a younger man. The fields of physics and natural science were in their very infancy at the time, and the few questions they could claim to answer did not seem to hold much practical or social utility. What was the point, he wondered, of understanding the inner workings of the natural world if they could not answer the universal why of human existence? Instead, he turned his mind towards epistemological and moral inquiry. Even in Bruges, Socrates is one of the principal pioneers. What is knowledge? Socrates wondered. How is it gained? How do we know that the knowledge we possess is true? For Socrates, knowledge and an understanding of it was essential for the attainment of virtue. He believed was essential for individuals broader social harm. Moral and ethical standards were invariably happy. Also, the continuous the moral improvement and the culture were equally important goals for individuals and as members of their communities. Epistemology and ethics. Socrates also refers as the dialogue and what teachers called the Socratic method. There's a Elenchus process of cross-examination designed to expose others' belief, while the Elenchus is a more collaborative intended to is a what Socrates pursued during symposia. Use a guided question and answer approach to help the class. It may have used technique that caused significant dislike of the his fellow after all, few of us find it easy to like being seen. So, a philosopher, but wiser than Sandberg, both no one is wise enough to leave perplexed Socrates, Xenophon's version. Socrates was present with the so were invariably unable to abide the difference between was that he is that he remarked that unverifiable truth should encourage intellectual humility. The part that he left unsaid was that perhaps this was precisely what the Delphic oracle meant when she said that no one is wiser than Socrates. No doubt Socrates used his Elenchus method in interrogating his fellow Athenians claims to wisdom. This technique often ends as wise. His ultimate lesson everything, even supposedly settled knowledge, and to be aware that the reputation and fame that Socrates attained during his life in Athens is apparent in the work of scholars and artists to caricature in the works of Athenian playwrights, most notably premiered in Athens in 423 BC. This play lampooned Socrates as a skinny, half-mad, stringy-haired ascetic with absurdly high-flown ideas about the nature and workings of the heavens and the earth. His character was depicted floating above the stage in a basket, suspended by ropes and pulleys, in which the old philosopher's own flatulence appeared to propel him here and there. In some respects, we must admit that comedy hasn't changed much in more than 2,000 years. Socrates' discussion and description of Aristophanes' play in Plato's Apology suggests that Socrates might have seen the comedy himself. Aristophanes and Socrates were at least friendly acquaintances, if not friends, if the text in Plato's Symposium is to be believed. This text, and many others which Plato wrote, illustrate that Socrates had a playful, easygoing nature and a great sense of humor. Socrates may have even thought that Aristophanes' play was quite funny at the time. Sadly, the attributions made to him in such public forums that he claimed superior knowledge of the heavens come back to bite him later on. Several more public marks against Socrates' reputation appeared over the next 15 years. Throughout this period, two of his former pupils were involved in political and military developments considered both reprehensible and treasonous by many Athenians, beginning with Socrates' beloved young pupil and friend, Alcibiades. Elected general at just 30 years old, the handsome, dashing, and boastful Alcibiades convinced the Athenian to take and give him command of the Sicilian campaign of 415 to 413 BC. He persuaded them to commission hundreds of ships, the deployment of 10,000 hoppers and 30,000 naval men. It was by far the largest and most expensive force Athens had ever assembled. The day after it launched, political foes of Alcibiades leveled charges against him for profaning the mysteries. He was accused of vandalizing numerous shrines to the god Hermes and for making light of the gods in public at a masquerade. The Athenian authorities sent troops to Sicily to arrest Alcibiades, who then escaped
and defected to the side of the Spartans. Alcibiades' betrayal brought significant intelligence advantages to the Spartans and utter disaster to the Sicilian campaign, resulting in the biggest military loss in troops and ships in Athenian history up until that point, which Athenians blamed for their military strength at a particularly crucial juncture of the Peloponnesian War. Athens was defeated in 404 BC, at which time the Spartans installed an oppressive oligarchy council called Critias, another former pupil of Socrates of the Spartan tower finally removed between the old philosopher and his authoritative the anger against the two evil that have been wrought many continue. I wonder if his pupils' actions were the fault of their mentor. In 399, the men of Athens, Menoetus, Anytus, and Lycon charge on here, few, if any, of these. The justice of classical Athens featured no official prosecutors or defenders. Were initiated by private citizens. The accusers and accused were each given an equal amount of time to end their case. Time limit by a water clock, which applied only to the speeches. The clock was stopped temporarily when a witness was called. Cases were heard by the lords or Athens, and verdicts were decided by a 500 Athenians by lot. The rationale of impaneling, pressing, and rating that he had enemies of his accused to be for using suppositions, public propaganda which had been spoken about Socrates for the years. The jury found Socrates guilty nonetheless by a slim margin of just 30 votes. When his time came to be sentenced, his accusers demanded and improvement of his beloved city, giving freely of his knowledge and instruction to anyone who sought it, for which he never charged any fees. His shabby clothes, bare feet, and temperate habits could clearly testify to his poverty, as he described it, which he gladly endured, since he viewed all ambitions for wealth and glory as leading to to be rewarded and as were unacceptable, he said, four friends of his were present at the trial. Socrates to those civic and judicial intent, those who condemned him, he stated, had ultimately condemned themselves in the eyes of history. As a loyal Athenian committed to the rule of law, he accepted the verdict and his sentence. Socrates spent about a month in jail prior to his execution, which was a rare occurrence indeed, since sentences were normally carried out within a day or two. However, the day before Socrates' trial, the annual religious pilgrimage to the island of Delos began. The pilgrimage commemorated Theseus's defeat of the Minotaur. According to tradition, until the ship returned to Athens, no criminals could be executed in the city. Socrates therefore had to wait several weeks for his sentence to be carried out. This was a luxury that few condemned people at the time, putting his affairs in order, time with his family and receiving visits from his friends. He was well cared for by his jailer, who evidently liked him and dreaded having to administer the execution. Plato's Crito and Phaedo document the last few days of Socrates' life. His friends, most notably his friend Crito, urged him to escape from prison. He had clearly been unjustly condemned. Crito and others argued, offered to let him escape, but Socrates refused to do so. He had lived in Athens all his life, he said. It had given him a life he had valued enough to remain there and to raise his children there. In doing so, he had tacitly agreed to accept the laws
laws and the judgments of Athenian institutions. Despite the fact that justice had failed him, that was no reason to become a lawbreaker himself, by which means he would forfeit all of his integrity and endanger his soul. For Socrates, two wrongs did not make a right. On his last day, Socrates spent some private time with his sons and his wife Xanthippe. He sent them away as the day wore on, to spare them from having to execution, which was to take place at sunset. He spent his remaining hours on earth conversing with his friends on the nature of life and death, his beliefs about the immortality of the soul, and his conviction that death is not the end. He comforted them when some of them began to cry as sunset approached. Who can say for sure, he asked, whether death is not better than life? When his jailer arrived with a draught of hemlock, Socrates bade them all farewell before drinking the poison and laying down on his bed to await the end. He spoke his last words to his friend Crito before covering his face with a piece of cloth. I owe a cock to a Asclepius. Them or cure illness if they made sacrifices to him. Did Socrates have an actual debt to pay to a deity he believed had previously interceded for him? Did he perhaps see life as the illness of which he was being cured? And asked Crito sacrifice of thanksgiving for the debate. Jesus or Lao Tzu. All four of them teach and stay in the libraries of Christian theology impact on education, law, and politics is on every subsequent Socrates' ideas, most notably Friedrich Nietzsche, who famously savaged the beliefs of just to be his championing of empiricism and reason. Despite his rejection of natural philosophy, never even considered with logical and the politically offer the frameworks might be developed itself. There is cause to believe that just imprisonment and execution, and while his enemies got their pound of flesh, Socrates peopleprofiles.com and become a member for as little as $2 per month. Members can also receive discounted merchandise, behind the scenes material, and a credit in our videos, along with much more. So please support us in our work in return for exclusive offers at peopleprofiles.com via the link in the video description. Thank you very much for watching. 1844, in the village of Röken, near the town of Lützen, in what was then the Kingdom of Prussia. He was named after King Friedrich of Prussia, on birthday he was born. Friedrich's father was Ludwig Nietzsche, a 31-year-old Lutheran priest at the local church. After receiving his religious training at the University of Halle, Ludwig had spent 7 years working as a private tutor to the 3 daughters of Duke Joseph of Saxe-Altenburg, a minor prince and a veteran of the Napoleonic Wars. In 1842, soon after taking up his post at Röken, Ludwig met 17-year-old Franziska Oehler. They were married the following October, on Ludwig's 30th birthday. The daughter of the priest in nearby parish of Borbels, Franziska was 19 years old when she gave birth to Friedrich. The couple had 2 further children, a daughter in 1846 named Elisabeth, and a son 2 years later that they named Ludwig Joseph. Nietzsche's recollections of his earliest years were dominated by his father, who was a well-respected member of their community. Living in a scholarly house, little Friedrich enjoyed playing with the books that were proudly displayed in his father's study. This idyllic existence would soon be disrupted by the revolutions of 1848, which swept across the European continent that spring and summer. The conservative Nietzsches were horrified when the King of Prussia was forced to acquiesce to many of the demands of the Prussian revolutionaries. Yet there were more personal problems soon facing the family. A few months later, Friedrich's father began suffering from a series of seizures, which doctors could not explain, and he died in July 1849. A few months later, in January 1850, Friedrich's younger brother, Ludwig Joseph, died. A few weeks short of his son to the town of Naumburg, where his parental grandmother, Edmutter, and 2 aunts lived. The young 5-year-old Friedrich, nicknamed Fritz, initially struggled to adjust to the more urban life in Naumburg. In 1851, he began to receive lessons from a priest in training named Weber. Elvinda returned to school in early relations and purpose. Such as Liszt and Berlioz as decadent and of limited value from a cultural perspective. Cook, Oxford-trained neuroscientist and friend of this channel, offers a compelling and bold new solution to this mystery. The Dawn of Mind explores the history of the science and philosophy of consciousness and gives a captivating and detailed breakdown about the book, a gripping exploration of consciousness. It reads like a Dan Brown thriller, essential reading for anyone seeking to understand the greatest enigma of our time. The Dawn of Mind is not just a book about us, it is an experience on the mysteries of life and goodness, including your role in existence. So, if you're of your own mind, follow the link in the video description. Writer became by Dr. James Cook, coming in the formed a three-man literary society called Germania, agreeing to meet regularly and discuss their respective musical and literary outputs. As part of this pursuit and writing a received a lengthy letter Krug, in which he praised Richard Wagner's opera Tristan, a spectacle based on Arthurian legend, which had not yet been performed, analyzed by critics. For the time being, Nietzsche did not share his friend's enthusiasm for Wagner's work, but that would change in time. Continued to work on his oratorio, but was once again affected by his migraines. Over the course of 1861, he also began to drift towards the music of Liszt, which he had earlier denounced as sinful, and began to take an interest in Slavic and Hungarian folklore. The year also had a transformative impact on Nietzsche's thinking about history and literature. For school, he wrote a provocative essay defending Friedrich Hölderlin, philosopher who contrasted German barbarism with classical antiquity and who had supported the French Revolution. Elsewhere, Nietzsche was inspired by the English poet Lord Byron, in particular his superhuman romantic hero Manfred. Far more controversial was an essay which he composed around this time, which was supportive of King III, and whose armies had inflicted devastation on Germany a half a century earlier. Nietzsche's an early sign of Friedrich's willingness to court controversy in his writing. In the period that followed, Nietzsche's creativity increased as his thinking continued to develop. In an essay entitled Fate and History, Nietzsche came to the realization that an individual who is theoretically free is in fact obeying a wide range of customs and traditions ingrained into them from childhood, which he called fate. For Nietzsche, an individual truly free had to constantly back Christian upbringing led him to reject, marking the beginning of Nietzsche's lifelong quest for Christian morality. Despite academic success, and by the autumn of 1862, he acquired a copy of the score of Tristan und Isolde. Sitting at his piano, Nietzsche valiantly joined Krug in making their way through the opera. Nietzsche was so impressed that he took the score with him to Pforta, deaf to Krug's convinced that it was his idea to purchase it. In his efforts to tear down the rules around him, Nietzsche had a teacher ran into him as he and a friend were returned binge, resulting in him being moved back a semester. His pursuit of his literary interests caused his grades to fall, and he only just managed to pass his final exams in the late summer of 1864. While his friends Wilhelm Pinder and Gustav Krug went to university at Heidelberg, Nietzsche opted to study theology at Bonn, despite his growing religious pessimism. Nietzsche arrived at Bonn in October, accompanied by his Pforta classmate Paul Deussen, who would later become a renowned Sanskrit scholar. Here he attended lectures by the preeminent philologists Otto Jahn and Friedrich Ritschl. Philology is considered a relatively arcane field of endeavor today, yet in the 19th century, as a discipline, it combined analysis of texts and languages, all within a historical framework. It's important to bear this in mind, as most contemporaries considered Nietzsche to primarily be a philologist rather than a philosopher, as he is more often deemed to have been today. As well as this, much of his earlier work falls very clearly into the realm of philology. When he returned to Naumburg for the Easter holidays in 1865, Nietzsche shocked his mother by informing her of planning to become a priest. His growing interest in philology had informed him of how myths come into being, and he increasingly recognized that the early Christians had transformed the historical Jesus of Nazareth into a divine figure in a similar fashion. Supporting his arguments with a copy of David Strauss's Life of Jesus, and which attributed the Gospels in the Bible to early Christians several decades after Jesus' death, Nietzsche stubbornly resisted his family's efforts to convince him to return to theology. When he returned to Bonn, he formally transferred to the Faculty of Philology. Nietzsche soon decided that Bonn was not for him, and opted to transfer to the University of Leipzig in his native Saxony. Aside from financial considerations, Nietzsche had decided to follow Friedrich Ritschl, who had recently been recruited by Leipzig. Soon after his arrival at Leipzig in October 1865, the 21-year-old Nietzsche discovered the work of the philosopher Arthur Schopenhauer, who would become the greatest influence on his thinking. In his book, The World as Will and Representation, Schopenhauer built on the work of his great predecessor, Immanuel Kant, by arguing that the empirical world is only a representation constructed from sensual perceptions, while the true world is defined by an unknowable will that exists among all living beings. In his efforts to understand this enigmatic force, Schopenhauer anticipated Darwin by recognizing that nature is a struggle for survival. Although humans had achieved a dominant position in nature through superior intellect, Schopenhauer pessimistically saw the human will as one which relentlessly pursues its desires only to encounter boredom. The suffering of the human condition. 46. Nietzsche furthered his intellectual pursuits by founding a philological club and presenting a paper which caught the attention of Professor Ritschl, who offered to support him in getting his work published. At this time, Saxony found itself caught up in a war between Prussia dominant power in North Germany and the Austrian featured on. He took advantage of his contributions. Shortly before entering military service, he had written a prize-winning essay on the 3rd century philosophers, men such as Zeno of Citium, the founder of Stoicism, edited, except two more of Nietzsche's contributions in 1868. After his military service, following an introduction from a friend to a private gathering to meet one of his idols, Richard Wagner, composer, was also an enthusiastic admirer of Schopenhauer. Meeting, Wagner invited Leonard to continue their discussion. Afterward, Nietzsche received an astonishing offer in 1816 to take on a professorship without even having his early published his new departmental colleagues in Basel that the young man was worth hiring, degree or no degree. While he struggled with being away from friends and family, Nietzsche did a trip on the shore of Lake. After arriving in Switzerland, there he cultivated Cosima von Bülow, who later praised as the model for woman. Nietzsche was glad to become part of his idol's intimate mythology, while the appreciated the young philologist's interest in his work. After spending Christmas with the Wagners in 1840, it's at a decline. In 1870, Nietzsche had his post at Basel confirmed as a permanent, but his under the patronage of his emperor, King Ludwig II, he hoped to stage his ring-side attraction. At his concert, Nietzsche wrote to Cosima suggesting Nietzsche's meanwhile, was further third of France declared war on Prussia in July 1870. Although the Franco-Prussian War was a short one and soon ended in January 1871 with the unification of the German Empire under Prussian domination, a move orchestrated by the Prussian Chancellor Otto von Bismarck, Nietzsche's views on it evolved in the few short months of the conflict. This was in part owing to his contracting both diphtheria and dysentery during his time as a medical orderly, conditions which further damaged his always precarious health. As a result, he took a dimmer view of the Prussian aggression. By the time the war came to an end, he had plans to move away from his focus on Fuji in favor of studying more directly. After a joyful Christmas holiday, ecstasy and madness. Nietzsche saw music as the highest representation of the Dionysian concept and speculated that the epic poetry of ancient Greece had been inspired by music. The book was in a chief's work and asked the author to send copies to his patron, King Ludwig of Bavaria, and his father-in-law, Franz Liszt. Although the book proved popular among artists and musicians, the academic community was less enamored by Nietzsche's conjectural approach to philology, and Nietzsche was disappointed to find his mentor, Friedrich Ritschl, among his critics. That said, any reader of The Birth of Tragedy today will find a refreshingly novel insight into classical Greek culture. Nietzsche was already very much carving out his own path by the early 1870s when it came to his interpretations. Nietzsche saw himself, along with Wagner, as the vanguard of a movement striving to return German. It had attained at the turn of the land. Mozart, early 1872, he delivered a series of public lectures attacking the German education system and warning against the trend towards the democratization of education. While he recognized a need for the practical training of state officials, farmers, and factory workers, he argued that cultural education and intellectualism was being denigrated by making it overly functional, with the goal that individuals should solely be training for a profession at all times. In scholarship as an end in and of May, he went to Bayreuth to attend a ceremony marking the laying down of the foundation stone of Wagner's new theatre at Bayreuth, an edifice built to the composer's specifications. Back in Basel, Nietzsche soon found himself in the middle of a vicious debate in the pages of the national newspapers about the merits of his book, The Birth of Tragedy. While he appreciated the publicity, he realized that most of his fellow philologists were against him. After spending his summer holidays in Italy, Nietzsche returned to Basel to find that only 2 students had signed up to his course on Greek and Roman rhetoric. He was forced to abandon a second lecture course on Homer altogether. Unperturbed, Nietzsche now decided to work on a study of pre-Socratic Greek philosophers, which he hoped to publish under the title Philosophy in the Tragic Age of the Greeks, in time for Wagner's 60th birthday in May 1873. When he visited the Wagners in early April in Bayreuth to inspect construction work on the theatre, Nietzsche's reading from his latest work received a somewhat cool reception, and his efforts to lighten the mood by playing one of his compositions on the piano were likewise received awkwardly. By early May, Nietzsche had almost finished his new book when he became distracted by the publication of The Old and New Faith by David Strauss, the writer whose Life of Jesus had inspired Nietzsche to give up religion. Now, 4 decades after the Life of Jesus first appeared, Strauss's latest work set out a vision of progressive Christianity that labeled Schopenhauer's pessimistic diagnosis of the human condition as the product of a, quote, putrefying brain. Infuriated by this, and wrote a polemical essay targeting Strauss as the representative of a contemporary cultural Philistinism in Germany that had stopped seeking truth and beauty and instead looked for easy and comfortable answers. This polemic of Nietzsche's against Strauss was the first of a series of 4 essays which would eventually be published together in 1876 under the title Untimely Meditations. In the next installment, under the heading On the Use and Abuse of History for Life, Nietzsche argued that it was worth studying the past as a reminder that it was possible for humanity to achieve greatness, but warned against hero worship and myth-making, suggesting that periodically the past should be re-examined with an eye to the future. Nietzsche then proceeded to attack the scientific approach to history in Germany, which served to undermine the power of the past. In another essay from this time, entitled Schopenhauer as Educator, he praised the manner in which Schopenhauer sought to liberate his readers from convention. It certainly influenced Nietzsche. He was nothing if not original in his views. For the fourth of his untimely meditations, Nietzsche turned his attention to art with a piece entitled Richard Wagner in Bayreuth. Although he had written most of it by early 1875, he was once again struck down by ill health that would leave him almost blind. Scholars have debated what afflicted Nietzsche for well over a century. Many have concluded that he was suffering from tertiary syphilis, but it may have been a number of different ailments that gradually became worse over time, notably gastric spasms, hemorrhoids, debilitating headaches, failing eyesight, and eventually fits and fainting spells. Some have speculated that these myriad neurological issues indicate the development of a brain tumor. It was not until July 1876 that Nietzsche recovered enough from this latest bout of ill health that he managed to complete the manuscript of Richard Wagner in Bayreuth with the assistance of a young musician and admirer named Heinrich Koselleck. Copies were immediately sent out to Wagner, who urged Nietzsche to hurry to Bayreuth. Final rehearsals in advance of the premiere of the Ring Cycle in mid-August. Nietzsche arrived there by the 22nd of July, but found the town full of aristocrats who were there for the social occasion rather than any particular appreciation of Wagner's work. Keen to get away from the crowds, Nietzsche refused an invitation to meet the King of Bavaria. The University of Basel now granted Nietzsche a year-long sabbatical. He spent the first part of it in Italy with Malvida von Meisenburg, a German aristocrat who had turned her back on her family and befriended several prominent European revolutionaries, and was an enthusiastic admirer of both Wagner and Nietzsche's work. Although Meisenburg was 28 years Nietzsche's senior, she became one of his closest confidants after their first meeting in Munich several years earlier. Nietzsche traveled to Sorrento in the Bay of Naples with two companions, Albert Brenner and Dr. Paul Ray. Both of them had previously been his students. Under Ray's influence, Nietzsche found himself questioning Schopenhauer's more pessimistic writings. He also became embroiled in a disagreement with Wagner at this time, whose German nationalism Nietzsche was increasingly critical of. Aside from any philosophical disagreements, Wagner knew that his ambitions for Nietzsche to edit a journal to promote his ideas about music and art were unlikely to be realized, given Nietzsche's poor health. Following his return to Basel in the autumn of 1877, Nietzsche went to Dr. Otto Eiser in Frankfurt for a medical examination. The doctor diagnosed a damaged optic nerve as the source of his failing eyesight and prescribed his patient, quote, an absolute avoidance of reading and writing for years to come. This was an instruction Nietzsche was never going to even remotely consider following. During his sabbatical, Nietzsche had been working on a fifth untimely meditation about the human condition, but by the time the manuscript was completed, it had become a separate book of more than 300 pages under the title Human, All Too Human. This was published in the spring of 1878, composed of a series of 638 aphorisms intended to communicate his thoughts concisely, if not systematically. Nietzsche argued that there were no eternal truths, and that the efforts of Kant and Schopenhauer to discover such truths were fundamentally misguided. In a dramatic reversal of his earlier views, Nietzsche now placed science on a higher level than art, arguing that small scientific discoveries had done much to advance human progress. While Nietzsche continued to acknowledge the importance of art, He described it as a bridge to facilitate the transition from religion and superstition to his free-spirited way of thinking. Indeed, the subtitle of the book was A Book for Free Spirits. Elsewhere in the book, he continued his relentless attack on Christianity by asserting that its core precepts had no rational and scientific basis, that its notions of good and evil were social constructs which had no place in the modern world. Nietzsche knew that his new book would infuriate Wagner and chose not to send him a copy. Later, he heard from his and Wagner's publisher, Ernst Schmeitzner, that the composer had acquired a copy of the book but did not read much of it before setting it aside in order not to disturb the positive impression he had of Nietzsche's early work. Many of Nietzsche's friends were equally critical after reading the book and were especially troubled by his rejection of morality. In response to his critics, Nietzsche doubled down by writing a second part entitled Mixed Opinions and Maxims, offering another 400-odd aphorisms in which he argued that Christian humility and self-denial was in fact a manifestation of a self-centered desire to avoid eternal damnation, and that Christianity was a cult of suffering. Nietzsche's deteriorating health prompted him to request to be relieved of his duties at the University of Basel in May 1879. By now in his mid-30s, his thinking had evolved considerably during his years at Basel, though over the course of the next decade, he would have to eke out an existence as an independent philosopher with a pension of 3,000 Swiss francs a year from the university and occasional financial support from friends and family. However, despite his poor health and the manner in which his work in the 1870s had strongly divided opinion, Nietzsche was about to embark on the most productive period of his life, as the liberation from his academic duties freed him to research and write to an unprecedented extent. By the autumn of 1879, he had already put together another collection of free-thinking aphorisms, entitled The Wanderer and His Shadow. In this, Nietzsche denounced the promotion of abstract concepts, such as the salvation of the soul, arguing that human beings should not be troubled by metaphysical concessions. Addressing an age-old question about the that man born free, but everywhere is in chains, arguing that rather than voluntarily giving up part of their freedoms for the social good, human communities evolved in response to external threats, and the earliest forms of justice were no more than legalized systems of revenge. By giving his book the title The Wanderer and His Shadow, Nietzsche used his aphorisms to explore positive and negative aspects of the same issue. For instance, addressing the impacts of war, Nietzsche asserted that while war was clearly a destructive force, it can also provide the necessary catalyst to rejuvenate stagnant communities and resolve long-standing tensions within them. These views were often controversial, but many of the ideas outlined in The Wanderer and His Shadow are now widely incorporated into the field of anthropology, and the 1879 proved disastrous for Nietzsche's health, and he spent 1880 on the move, seeking more amenable climates. In February 1880, he went to the northern Italian lakes, where he met up with Heinrich Koselleck and accompanied him to Venice. Nietzsche enjoyed Venice in the company of his young friend, whose support in transcribing Nietzsche's barely legible drafts into a fine copy proved indispensable. But the summer heat compelled him to move to the fashionable spa town of Bad, now in the Czech Republic. To Naumburg in September, he returned to Italy in October to preempt the onset of winter and settled down in Genoa. Here, Nietzsche was prodigiously busy, and by February 1881, he had completed his draft of Morgenröte, or Morning Glow, which was published in June. While Nietzsche had high hopes for the book, it would prove to be one of his lesser-known works, though it allowed him to further develop his ideas about Christianity's harmful impact on human development, while expressing his appreciation for Eastern religions, in particular Buddhism. which had largely cast aside the need for gods in favor of a quest for the spiritual fulfillment of the individual. January 1882 saw Nietzsche in unusually good health, and he was glad to have the company of Paul Rée, who had brought a typewriter with him to help Nietzsche with his work. Typewriters had only really become commercially available from the late 1860s onwards, and Nietzsche, who was trying to use one in a sustained manner for the first time, initially struggled to operate the machine, straining his eyes to make sure that he was pressing the right key. Now in his late 30s, Nietzsche made the light-hearted suggestion that he might need a wife, a subject that he had occasionally discussed before with Paul Rée and Malvida von Meisenburg during their time in Sorrento. After spending 5 weeks in Genoa with Nietzsche, Rée had continued his journey to Rome to stay with Meisenburg, in whose salon he encountered Lou Salome, a 21-year-old Russian-born poet whose iconoclastic opinions reflected her disillusionment at the religious and moral instruction she received as a student extraordinary prodigy. After a brief stay in Messina in Sicily, Nietzsche arrived at Rome in mid-April. In spite of their rather awkward initial encounters in Rome, Nietzsche was soon impressed by Salome's intellect. In Salome, Nietzsche believed that he had found a young female disciple who could support his work. Proposed to her during a third meeting in Lausanne. Nietzsche had arranged for his sister Salome to meet in Bayreuth in Joseph Wagner's opera Arthurian Knight Percival's Quest for the Holy Grail, one which Nietzsche hated due to its Christian inspiration in young Russian. In the meantime, Nietzsche had added to his body of work with joy in which he endorsed Charles Darwin's views on biology was still enormously controversial 20 years after. Natural evolution. Although Nietzsche had called his book Joyous Science, he concluded that the tragic aspects of human existence would always be. Nevertheless, his encounters with Salome had inspired in him a sense of optimism about life. In 1882, the two spent 3 weeks in philosophical discussions in the Tautenberg Folly, which Nietzsche hailed as times of his life. Arguments did occur, though, and rather about the propriety of relationship with Salome, which led Nietzsche for Leipzig. There, the already precarious foundations of his triangular relationship began to crumble, as a jealous Rée was spending time alone with Salome, while the young and strong-minded Russian had no intention of submitting herself to Nietzsche's intellectual control. Nietzsche also assumed a physical dimension. He was when the relationship between them all began to come. Nietzsche continued acrimonious correspondence in the months that followed. In Italy, all to no avail. In this, he sought to one which had flourished in Mesopotamian BC, and it created God Ahura Mazda. Evil Zarathustra, within the space of 10 Wagner had seen each other as, after an acrimonious divergence of views in the mid-1870s, though Nietzsche continued to revere elements of the great composer's work. During a visit to Rome in April 1883, Nietzsche reconciled with his sister Elizabeth, whom he had earlier blamed for the wrecking of his plans with Salome. By June, he was back at his favorite mountain retreat of Leipzig publisher Ernst Schweitzer for delaying the publication of the first part of Zarathustra. Nietzsche speculated Zarathustra's declaration in the book that, quote, God is dead. Surely one of the most famous lines of modern philosophy had led Schweitzer's printer to sit on the manuscript and delay its publication. Lament Rational's cause of denouncing the hypocrisy of Christians seeking self-negating virtuousness for the sake of a heavenly kingdom. Nietzsche began to develop the ideal of mastery, arguing that no relationship between two humans is without a desire to gain control over the other. As he elaborated on the concept, Nietzsche argued that Christianity had only been able to succeed because the emperors at the heart of the Roman Empire had realized in the 4th century that adopting the new religion served their material purposes well, and that the church soon became estranged from the moral message of Christ as the bishops of Rome sought ever greater power in medieval times. What was needed was a new morality entirely. In the third part of Zarathustra, completed in early 1884 during a stay in Venice, Nietzsche portrays Zoroaster returning to the mountains, where he draws the depressing conclusion since time is infinite, everything in life is happen again, and that humanity as a collective would never fully evolve. Though in the end, Nietzsche's Zoroaster or Zarathustra still finds comfort in the notion of eternity. Although Nietzsche intended this to be the final part of a Zarathustra trilogy, in January 1885 he wrote another 20 Zarathustra scenes of such an explicitly sacrilegious nature that he decided to limit the print run of this fourth part to 40 copies that he distributed to a circle of friends. These exclusive copies were his printer Konstantin Naumann, who had also printed the first 3 volumes at Schmeitzner's request. By this point, Nietzsche had broken off with Schmeitzner. Meanwhile, Nietzsche received news that his sister Elisabeth was planning to marry Dr. Bernhard Förster, a Wagner-file teacher who was planning to found a German nationalist community in South America after his radical opinions cost him his teaching jobs. While both Nietzsche and his mother were opposed to marriage, the couple married in May and would leave Paraguay in early 1886. After completing Zarathustra, Nietzsche decided to return to writing more conventional philosophical treatises without using ancient religious philosophers as his mouthpiece. By March 1886, he had completed Beyond Good and Evil, a work he would struggle to find a publisher for, and which he eventually had published at his own expense on the first print run. There were reasons for this. Zarathustra had not sold well, and hundreds of copies of it and Nietzsche's other works were languishing in storage. Publishers were reluctant to take on his books, fearing losses. The stock of his earlier books was eventually bought by the music publisher Ernst Wilhelm Fritsch. Despite his poor sales figures, Nietzsche ordered 1,250 copies of Beyond Good and Evil, regarding it as a concise statement of his thinking. This latest book was another attack on the forces of democratization and egalitarianism, which Nietzsche saw as evolving harmfully out of Christianity. Nietzsche took a stand against these developments, claiming that a great many elements of human progress and taken place. Building on his belief that people within society, Nietzsche distinguished between what he termed a slave morality and a master morality. Given his optimism about the book's potential commercial appeal, Nietzsche was deeply disappointed to learn in February 1887 that only 65 copies of Beyond Good and Evil have been sold. Among the few readers who appreciated the book was Meta Gonzalez, a Swiss writer and historian who had just become the first woman in Switzerland to receive it. Nietzsche and Salles had known each other since 8 close friends. The summer of 1887, Salles met Nietzsche in Sils Maria. In Evil, he began work on a volume entitled Genealogy of Morality. Drawing on his training in philology, Nietzsche good in many ancient languages, denoting nobility and bravery, while had related to words such as the process of linguistic transfer of the classes of the parts of the Middle East, where civilization was searching and decided to head to City's climate and its music culture delighted Nietzsche, who remained for 3 months until leaving for Silksmaria. In a birthday she cast his musical idol as a symbol of decadence and decay in music and society. To live free from hatred and resentment. The early Christians imposed a judgment educational teachings that those of Buddhism, remarking that Buddhism makes no promise man. Words attributed to Jesus' executioner in this short volume. Nietzsche clear up misunderstandings about his work to date under provocative chapter titles such as "Why Am I So Wise?" and "Why I Write Such Good." When he returned years earlier, he argued that it was not he who had changed his mind about German culture back in the mid-1770s, but Wagner, in becoming increasingly nationalistic and pandering to the popular mood of the day. Nietzsche's burst of immense activity in the 1880s was soon to come to an end. At the end of the year, his mental state suddenly deteriorated. He became prone to fits of anger, and in his delusions of grandeur, he wrote letters addressed to Kaiser Wilhelm II and Bismarck, denouncing their doctrines. While in correspondence, he wrote about forming an anti-German league and bringing down the German Empire. In a letter to Meta von Salis, the 3rd of January 1880, Nietzsche declared that God is on earth and claimed to have imprisoned the Pope and ordered Kaiser Wilhelm and Bismarck to be shot. According to an account published after his death, Nietzsche's condition became public when he saw a horse being flogged by its driver in the streets of Turin and ran to protect it before collapsing at its feet. The edition of Erks by Heinrich Gerselitz, who used the pseudonym Peter Gast, bestowed upon him for his his musical compositions. Elizabeth's ill-fated paraventure had begun to take his own life. In 1893, she decided to take control of the whole process, sidelining Koselleck and writing her own biography of her brother, in which she resumed her vengeful attacks against Lou Salome, blaming her in part for her brother's psychological collapse. In 1895, after an argument with her mother about the publication of The Antichrist, Elizabeth brought out her mother's rights to future royalties. When Franziska died in April 1897, Elizabeth moved her brother to the Villa Silberblick near Weimar, where she received admirers of Nietzsche's works and took them to see him despite his condition. On the 25th of August 1900, a couple of months shy of his 56th birthday, Friedrich Wilhelm Nietzsche died at Villa Silberblick following a heart attack beside his father at the parish church, despite the protests of the vicar. Following a tumultuous life in which he struggled against persistent illness to become firstly a distinguished academic and secondly an original thinker who sought to dismantle conventional morality, the iconoclastic anti-Christian philosopher found his final resting place in a Christian graveyard. In a further irony, just as Nietzsche argued that Jesus' followers distorted his teaching after his death, Nietzsche's own communists and fascists, who adapted his concepts of will to power, master morality, and the Superman for their own ends. The worst culprit of all was Elisabeth Forster Nietzsche, who promoted her brother as a German nationalist and anti-Semite, and was received by Adolf Hitler on several occasions before her death at the age of 88 in 1935. Both Wagner and Nietzsche had their work exploited by the Nazis towards their own political ends in the 1930s and early 1940s. There are very few philosophers in human history who have left behind as contentious a legacy as Friedrich Nietzsche did. On the one hand, he is being rightly praised as one of the most startlingly original thinkers of modern times. Whether one agrees or disagrees with the conclusions he drew, there is no doubt that the arguments which he put forward in books like The Birth of Tragedy, Beyond Good and Evil, Thus Spake Zarathustra, and the essays in Untimely Meditations were extremely novel in their approach. However, many people have found his rejection of the ideas of social egalitarianism and his fundamental rejection of conventional Western morality unpalatable. That being said, the attribution of fascist views to him is not accurate. Moreover, even if one finds his arguments unpalatable, there is no denying their influence. His commentaries on the so-called death of God in an increasingly secular age foreshadowed the decline of Christian churches in 20th century Europe and laid the groundwork for much of the existential philosophy of the post-war era. Many evolution of society have also been absorbed of his work. It went far beyond philosophical inquiry to embrace history, anthropology, philology, religion, literary and artistic criticism, musical theory, and much more besides. Thus, whether one loves or loathes him, there is no ignoring Nietzsche in bell icon to get notifications, to watch our videos, podcast versions of our Fiddle fans, and much more. Go to a member for as $2 to receive discount dice, videos, along for exclusive and peopleprofile.com. Not very much. The girl known to history as Anne Frank was born in Frankfurt on the 12th of June, 1929. Her father was Otto Frank, who was born on the 12th of May, 1889, in Frankfurt. After studying economics at the University of Heidelberg, Otto Frank served as a lieutenant in the Imperial German Army Reserves, seeing action at the Battle of the Somme and the Battle of Cambrai. Anne Frank's mother was Edith, née Holland in Germany. Edith was the daughter of a successful businessman, Abraham, whose firm she had worked on and off after leaving school. Anne was the second child born to the Frank family. Her older sister, Margot, born 3 years earlier, took kindly to her new sister. The young family lived in Marbachweg, outside the fashionable central district of the city, which had become expensive. The almost rural atmosphere of the neighborhood suited the young family well, and Edith was pleased that her children were able to enjoy fresh air. Home to a varied profession, but it was a harmonious case of anti-Semitic agitation. The situation in Germany saw improvements in the economic situation and the passing of time since the defeat of Germany in the First World War had led Jews responsible for an Entente victory in 1918. In 1927, Adolf Hitler, then a fringe politician, had caused a stir with several of his speeches. Such sentiments were expressed by many Germans in private at the time, as was the case with the Franks' landlord, Otto Konitzer. The Frank's family income came from a combination of banking and the Soden Mineral Products Company, which used minerals from the Bad Soden Springs as lozenges, which were then sold as health products. Family vacations were often spent at Bad Soden in Germany. About 10 miles from Frankfurt, Anne was from the north. Her mother noted that she cried a lot and often suffered with colic or an infant cough. Despite waking often in the night to put Anne back to sleep, this was starting to recover, and a favorable economic situation benefited the centre liberal German Jews favoured. This was sadly a short-lived, just 4 months after Anne was born, plunged the world into crime from the family business declined by 90%, and unemployment, unrest, and the collapse of social services in Germany followed. European to explain their misfortunes. The Jews. The Nazi Ape, more commonly known as the Nazi Party, jumped from a 3% share of the popular vote in 1928 to 18% in 1930. By 1932, their share would be 37%. Insulated away from the dire national situation, Anne had become a willful, headstrong toddler. She grew close to both of her parents, and her father spent a lot of time with his children, allowing them to forge a close bond that was rare for the time. He would tell Anne and Margot stories centered on 2 characters named Good Paula and Bad Paula. Anne was said to have preferred Bad Paula, who was a troublemaker. In 1930, the family had to sell the premises in which the family-run Michael Frank Bank was located, and themselves moved the so-called Poets Court neighborhood provided security in numbers. The family was surrounded by liberal-minded families, many of them also Jewish, but life in their new home was still set against a backdrop of increasingly polarized politics and a rising Nazi movement. Mein Kampf, first released in 1925, was republished in 1930 as a single volume, and included passages such as "No nation can rid itself of the Jews except." By the middle of 1932, the Franks' financial position had become more unsteady. Both of their income streams, from the bank and from the mineral company, had almost dried up, and letters from Otto and Edith Frank to family and friends showed that they were running out of basic goods. Business at the bank collapsed altogether in 1932, when it was found that Herbert Frank, Otto Frank's younger brother, had accidentally invested in foreign securities, which had been illegal in Germany since 1931, but Frank was released after a short spell in detention and moved to Paris. When Otto Frank stood in on his trial to represent his brother, he was thrown out after it was determined that Herbert had been a victim. However, the damage was done, and the bank's reputation ruined. Help came in the form of Jean-Michel Frank, a successful cousin who had helped to design the interior of the Rockefeller Center in New York, who sent money to his European family, just in time to cover their mortgage payments. Margot started school towards the end of 1932, attending the Ludwig Richter School, which was a progressive liberal establishment, open and friendly to Jews. Despite this, Frankfurt was becoming ever more greatly affected by the Nazis and their affiliated movements. National Socialist youth leagues started to appear in other parts of the city, and contact with Jews was forbidden. In the May 1932 election, the NSDAP claimed 37% of the vote, and the temporary ban which had been applied to the party's stormtroopers was lifted. The split between the left and the right in Germany had reached a fever pitch. The streets soon became a battleground between communists and nationals. It hit the country. Jewish families began to flee as reports of violence against the community spread, and pressure increased on the family to move. Even if they weren't subject to outright violence, the Nazis presented a massive risk to their livelihood through their use of boycotts, which could strip the when the Jews write in German, they lie, causing book burnings to poet where they have burned books, they will end. Were amongst those set aflame in the NSDAP. Otto travelled to Amsterdam to build his move, establish a business in his own name, entered into the Dutch Chamber of Commerce, NV, or the Becker Joint Stock Company. It was described formally as the products. Similar, adults and children alike had to learn new meanings words they had formerly used for home. Gekocht meaning board, for example, alongside starting new jobs, new school places, and friendship groups. Jan van Helder nurtured the children by giving them liberty to make their own decisions and learn in their own way. same liberty she also missed Germany. By this time, the law in Germany had undergone a radical change, prohibiting Jews and non-Jews from marrying one another. The Jewish professionals were generally limited to serving only Jewish clients. Jews were presented as a parasitic threat to German society, and Germans who had once considered their Jewish peers as neighbors, friends, and colleagues were led to be increasingly hateful of them. Often, friends of the Franks in Germany were unable to visit. Some had family commitments. Ill many others were concerned at the repercussions they could face, as those who openly consorted Jews, even if they did so abroad. Still, they often exchanged gifts and wrote letters. Anna developed a forthright, playful, and energetic disposition, often dominating the conversation in which many Jews got this away from their able holidays and hobbies. Refugees to flee. Jewish communities have become embedded and even respected in much of the country. And although harder anti-Semitism and violence, these were relatively isolated cases. By the 30th of January 1939, Hitler's rhetoric was pointing directly to the future genocide of Europe's Jews at the hands of the Nazis. Jews remaining in Germany had a renewed sense of urgency to leave, and Julius Holofernes, Edith's brother, applied to leave Germany for America as quickly as possible. His furniture, possessions, and home all had to be abandoned, and were sold off by the state as part of a legal forced auction. Even though they had moved to Amsterdam, the family was still only a few miles from a state that had made anti-Semitism a national policy. It was evident that a border fence and a few miles were insufficient comfort to Otto when it concerns about, despite Hitler's decision to invade the Sudetenland, which had no significant opposition from London or Paris. Many refugees remained hopeful that they were indeed now safe. Hitler claimed at the time this act was intended to liberate the Sudeten German population of the region, although this unopposed military aggression from Germany did not inspire confidence to those who had moved into a neighboring country to escape the German state. The same conversations were often held at the synagogues located around Amsterdam. Jewish families, such as those viewed as a community center rather than an orthodox place of worship. The conversation reached new heights of anguish when, in September 1939, Hitler invaded Poland. This was shortly followed by an ultimatum issued both by France and the UK, which, having been ignored by the German government, led to declarations of war on the 3rd of September 1939. Hitler's swift capture of Poland brought millions of Jews under the jackboot of his security forces. The SD, the paramilitary security controlled by Reinhard Heydrich, were deployed throughout this new territory to consolidate through action plans. The SD robbed, intimidated, and attacked Jews throughout Poland, which the Dutch press, keen to remain uninvolved, reported on only in vague terms. The invasion of Poland was a major concern for Edith and Otto Frank. Both of them would say publicly that since Holland had remained independent in the First World War, it would likely continue to do so in this new conflict. However, Hitler's careless attitude toward breaking agreements with European powers in his previous invasions gave them little hope that the same rules would be obeyed. Whether Holland was neutral or otherwise was not a question which they could determine, and the fate of the Jews who had fled there had become a lot more uncertain. These concerns tormented Edith and Otto, as well as their neighbours and friends. In private, however, they always ensured that such discussion and fear did not creep into the lives of their children, whom they attempted to shield as much as possible. Holland itself was invaded by the Nazis on the 10th of May 1940. With the events of 19 and the widespread, it's in retrospect that Holland would appear on the list of targets. This is not as straightforward as one might think. 29 times there had been a false alarm about a German invasion of Holland, and some had become convinced that the region was safe. The 10th of May dawned with great confusion. Dutch citizens of under and soon heard confused reports about troops crossing the border. Others saw aircraft in the sky, unsure of whether they were British or German. The Queen of the Netherlands soon appeared, in which she encouraged parents immediate questions of the day. Should their children go to school or home? Should mothers and fathers flock to stock up on supplies before it was too late? Should one of the parents head off to work? Otto decided that he would go into the office, stemming the great fleet the sun shone warm in Amsterdam, cops, sirens, and beyond these childish concerns, she remained. They knew that travel outside of the country had become almost state. Those parents decided to make the situations were not all bad, the family business than ever. With Outside the Reich on the radio. On July the 16th, 1940, the German began to count themselves lucky, thinking that they had escaped the worst. The next decree, issued in late October 1940, provision for this, although he started to see the doubt was starting to ramp up. Pressures on an employer, ensuring that his workers had a steady income, and in many in the community. He complied with the demands made of Jews in the Netherlands, and he handed the Bureau of Economic Investigation at that stage. He owned 100% of Opekta and 20% of the firm Pectacon, of which he soon issued to his non-Jewish attorney, meaning that he did not have to register it with the authorities. In February 1941, a series of strikes were called to Jewish civilians. Communist Party leaflets referred to Jews as well as to the intimidation of Jewish families. The subsequent communists worked. Thousands of people in Amsterdam went on strike on February in protest of these events, and many cafes, shops, shipyards and transport systems ground to a halt. On January the 10th, it had been announced that all Jews had to register with the government, not just the German occupiers. Registered 160,820 people, including 152 Jews, 14,549 half-Jews, and 5,719 quarter Jews. Another decree was issued at the start of 1941, which banned Jews from attending cinemas. This caused offense and anger from the Jewish community, but many continued to count themselves lucky that the decree was not more harmful. Anne was nonetheless greatly upset at not being able to the theatre, which her parents remedied by setting up a projector by the Nazis and the NSB in the Jewish quarter of the city, killing one man after running him over. Soon the entire quarter was cordoned off. A further 20,000 or so claimed their membership of the SS divisions, which Hitler. The situation suddenly become more desperate, and the lists the Nazis take targeted attacks. On the 16th of February, more lavishly than ever, in the 9th and February the 11th, 1941, the so-called Cocoa Affair took place. When Jewish patrons of the Cocoa ice cream parlor by constant menacing through ammonia at a I suggest assemblies they saw. In Amsterdam, 7 were killed and 76 wounded while attending. Things calmed down. The spring party major extortion. The man who extorted him, Tony Arles, returned only once or twice more, and he paid him no more than 5 guilders. He did not tell his wife of these visits. The threat of denunciation had marks, although beyond that, action was brought against the family. Otto offered to pay the passage of his family to the profit. Boosted by the German man wrote they had to say all of their cash and ration were transferred to them for Otto Frank tried to distract Anne from his side, then, in case he was Otto Ranucci surged ghettoized to the Montessori she was used to. Able to sit next to her friend Nelly Goslar, she would later to ever before. In late April, a yellow sign which was printed the word Yod. The decree was measured with further action was far more nuanced. The great mainly student similar nicest of all. 3 days earlier that day, the preparation for their becoming wanted by boys, writing of Sissy Van their parents became ever more socially active. Council was asked how many Jews it could process. 375. Otto Frank wrote a letter to his family. On the 4th of July, much from us. He went on to write about ants, her most hated subject, and had a long summer break ahead of her. On the 5th of July, a letter arrived at the Frank household from the central office for Jewish immigration. The girls were told that in order to protect their father, Otto Frank tried places that the family